Mucus-free. We are 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 mucus-free.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the Mucus-free Life Podcast. And today, really excited to have a really special guest for you today and a really important, serious topic. We're some of the only people I know of in the whole world talking about this topic on this level. We're getting into, why do you feel the way you feel and think how you think and do what you do? What is the connection between what you put into your body and the way that you behave? This is something that is so fundamental because one of the pet peeve of mine is people always say when somebody does something horrible or terrible, there's always somebody that says, why? Why does so-and-so do that? Why did they murder such and such? Why did Diddy do it? Why? And we have to look no further than what people are putting in their bodies. What are people eating? However, there's a lot of people that don't either think like that or they think it might be true, but they really don't want it to be true because that means that they would have to be eating something different than they do. And so we're going to get into it, all of that today. And before we get started, go down below, go ahead and hit the share button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. Get this information out that helps us so much, get this message to more and more people. And down below, I do have a free training session. If you want to learn a little bit more about mucus-free lifestyle, you can click that, enroll, come to my 100% free training session. Join us, get involved, get yourself together physiologically. And I definitely appreciate everybody here. What's going on? Brady's in the house. Reese is in the house. Michael's in the house. What's going on? Jalen, what's up? So without further ado, let me bring on my guest. Eli Martyr is an independent researcher, self-taught natural hygienist, educator, and professional stuntman. Athletics played a major role in Eli's development with a strong foundation in gymnastics, martial arts, and other sports. The spark for a lifelong interest in all things health affirming was lit. And you can see him on all kinds of movies, and you look for him. He's the guy that's twirling around, jumping off of buildings, or doing all kinds of things, or sometimes getting murked. Sometimes that happens. So give it up, everybody, to Eli Martyr. What's going on?
What's going on, my man? What's going on? Thank you so much for having me. Unfortunately, getting murked is 99% of the job. If you become a stunt person, you're asking to get murked, and you're asking to get murked in very often uncomfortable scenarios and environments, with cold and wet and your boots don't fit right. Yeah, it's glorious. It's glorious, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But thank you. I'm so happy that you invited me here today, and looking forward to just sharing everything that we've got for everybody. So yeah, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. And everybody go follow. If you're not already following Eli, go check out his YouTube channel. He's got some excellent content on there, the Free Melon Society. And I really like the recent series on the co-opting of veganism, but he does some real nice in-depth studies on things related to physiological liberation. So let's get on into this. I'm gonna share my screen. All right, so what we're talking about today, could diet be a causative factor in determining human behavior? And me and Eli giving this presentation, but I want to give a shout out to Brady and JC of the Mucus-free Life Research and Development team who helped to compile some of these notes. And this is some of the kind of stuff that we do in our little group where we research and analyze things and get into some really interesting stuff. Let's get into it. So my question, what kind of modern studies exist as it pertains to what people eat and then how people behave, how people act? It's one of those things that if you are an observant human being, you can see a correlation. So you would maybe assume that there's a plethora of studies that just make so much sense, and everything that you feel in your gut, you can just go find, and everybody would just be like common knowledge. Not really. There's a problem. Overwhelming number of scientific studies in the field of psychology, and there's a few different things here and there, but it's really a taboo. Most of them are correlational, survey-based summary of many correlational studies, and it's the language is usually very soft. It's kind of like people talking about talking. We saw this, but way more studies are going to have to be done before we come to any conclusions, and therefore no conclusions are ever actually reached. So psychologists rarely explore causation in non-experimental research due to the large number of variables, and it's become fairly taboo. So, and some do argue that this hinders the progress of the field. And many of the most influential, because that's kind of what I was like, all right, well, let's look into what studies are actually influential, because there's always a bunch of different studies you can find, but what's influencing people? And many of the most influential studies are ones that are bought and paid for by the meat, dairy, food, agricultural, marketing industries. And this is an interesting book that Meat Hooked, the history and science of our 2.5 million year obsession with meat. And it says many of the most influential studies are ones brought and paid for by the meat and dairy industry. And in the book, the science journalist Marta Zaraska claims that scientific research and nutrition can either be tainted by influence or dull and uninteresting it's almost on purpose. And dull and interesting, it's counting your calories and this nutrient and that nutrient, and this is your like I say, most people get their introduction to nutritional theory from Tony the Tiger or from Captain Crunch or some kind of Saturday morning cereal commercial, because it's always part of a balanced breakfast, even if it's little cookies in a bowl. It's part of your balanced breakfast. And so that's where when most people want to start having a conversation about nutrition, that's why I was like, I can't take you seriously, because I know where you learned your nutrition. Most people, I know where you got your nutrition from. So then the other point that she made was it's either real dull or the microbiome fad, which we talked about before. That's all the rage right now, is connecting everything to that. We got I'm just going to go through a few quick articles real quick, then turn it over to Eli. I'm going to get in a little terminology, but the taboo against explicit causal interference and non-experimental psychology, and suggests that not directly addressing causes in psychology research slows progress and policy impact, and advises talking openly about causes to improve research and understanding. There's a number of studies that connect and examine suicide and diet. This one, if I'm allowed to say that word on YouTube, what's that? What they say? Self-unaliving or whatever. Dietary patterns and self-unaliving in Japanese adults. The Japan Public Health Center-based prospective study found that Then there was a prudent dietary pattern characterized by high consumption of vegetables, fruits, soy, potatoes, seaweed, mushrooms. And then they love to throw fish in. They like to call it plant-based, that I've noticed this in these studies, but they just throw the fish in there at the end, and is associated with decreased risk of suicide among Japanese adults, while no significant association was observed with westernized or traditional Japanese dietary patterns. And we got the association between consumption of fruits and vegetables with suicidal ideation. Study found that adults in Korea who consume fruits and vegetables more than once per day had a lower risk of experiencing suicidal ideation, with the association being stronger for vegetable consumption than for fruit consumption. So the point is, there's a bunch of these different kinds of studies, and they're all, oftentimes the language is real soft, and they're being very objective, as they're taught to do. And you looking at the numbers or this kind of stuff, a lot of quantitative research. And if they make a qualitative statement, it has to be fairly soft. This was a vegan diet. There's a number of things on recidivism rates in prisons, and this was interesting. Implementing a vegan diet in Victor Valley Medium Community Correctional Facility led to a dramatic reduction in recidivism from 95% to under 2%, demonstrating significant behavioral improvements among inmates participating in the program, which also included rehabilitative education and activities. Now, wouldn't you think that that's good news? Wouldn't you think that would be something that they'd be talking about on the news, or that we'd be hearing about? And then let's change some policies. Let's implement. Well, but that's not gonna go well. That's not gonna that's not gonna work for people that's making a lot of money off of the keeping people in prisons eating horrid food that's only going to make their behavior worse and worse. This Prison Food in America book would be something to follow up there to get a little context for that. And so real quick, I will play this video, then I'll turn it over to Eli. So this is a video. This is a classic video from our channel. I think it was posted like 2008 or 7 or something. But so this is Brother Air, and we're addressing this idea of behavior and the connection between food and behavior.
Some chicken and want to go to sleep. Another person eats some chicken and want to go play basketball. Another person eats some chicken, he's stimulated to go rape someone. One person eats a steak and they're stimulated to go paint a picture.
Does that look good or what? Look at that piece of tape.
Another person eats a steak and they're stimulated to go jogging.
Black pepper, maybe a little steak rub if you need it.
Another person eats a steak and they're stimulated to watch porno all day.
It's like a T-bone. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead right here.
A person eats a piece of fish and he's stimulated to fall asleep. Another person eats a piece of fish and they're stimulated to go play soccer. Another person eats some fish and he's stimulated to shoot up the college, blow everybody away in the college dorm. So in rehabilitating people, when we talk about the jails trying to rehabilitate, first you have to start with what they're putting in their mouths. Take mucus and pus out of the equation.
We have the Polish cheese dogs, brown beans, macaroni salad, and strawberry cake. And it's all delicious today.
Up until December, meals were prepared by inmates. find a vendor to run its kitchen. After the switch, complaints are down, and so is the cost.
There's more taste to it too. We got more seasonings and stuff like that. So we get cake every meal. I mean,
as long as you keep your population well fed, the serotonin levels are high. They're happy, fat and happy kind of attitude.
Fruits and vegetables.
Since CBM provides its own cooks and supervisors to oversee inmates working in the kitchen, the jail was able to trim its staff by 4 people, which provided the bulk of its savings.
And what do you have? What is mucus and pus? Dead animal flesh, dairy products, grains and starches. And people ask, well, what is it to eat? Fruits and vegetables. Take mucus and pus out of the equation. And what do you have? You might have peace.
All right, so that's that's some classic. just Brother Air just comes and there's all these studies and all this stuff, and just blow it all up. just within 3 minutes. That's all you needed was little Brother Air. And so so the meat hook that gets into addiction. So that's another area where you can find a bunch of studies that get into the analyzation of brain chemistry and all these different kinds of things. I think Eli is going to get into that a little bit here. Just a couple different things: personality, mental illness, psychopathy, all that kind of stuff. This concept, this Dark Triad concept, this was something that Brady brought us was interesting, as we were talking about the psychology of trophy hunting. What would compel somebody to want to go and murder these relatively defenseless animals when you're shooting a deer? Deer is not going to do anything to you, and you're not, good luck trying to chase it down and jump on its back. And if you really were a carnivore and take it out that way, bite into its neck, it's ridiculous. But this theory, the Dark Triad, says there's certain personality traits that come together to create the kind of mentality that would be needed here: narcissism, Machiavellianism, psychopathy. And there's a whole analysis to that. Like we like to look at the foundation of those personality traits. In what ways does eating or can eating certain kinds of foods create the foundation in the environment, mentally and physically, to bring out those kind of traits? This was a vegans report less stress and anxiety than omnivores by study explored the relationship between diets, vegan, vegetarian, omnivore, and mood, utilizing the depression and anxiety stress scale. Notably, vegans inhibited lower anxiety and stress levels compared to omnivores. And a lot of you out there are like, well, duh. But that's the thing. This is news in academia. This is progressive. This is interesting. Like it has to be put like that for people to take it seriously. With the meta-analysis of personality trait differences between omnivores, vegetarians, and vegans. And similar, this was one of these meta-analysis investigated personality traits between omnivores, found in vegetarians and vegans scored significantly higher in openness and agreeableness than omnivores. Then some meat eater would come through and be like, well, that's bad. They're weak. They're open, they're agreeable. That's weak. And so that's my little overview. I'm gonna. So you have any thoughts on any of any of that?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's great that you bring everything up. And it's interesting about the hunting thing. I think because I'll make a statement. If it's true that we are made in God's image, let's just say, right? you know, you are connected with the environment around you. You are part of the world. You are part of the creative essence of everything. And so I think at a certain level, people have an intrinsic yearning to reconnect to Mother Nature. It's like, you know, it's like being connected. You want to be connected with friends, with family. You want to take part. And I think that we want to always be connected as best we can. And then we feel the effects of it when we're disconnected. So when you talked about this hunting thing, where does this hunting thing come from? I think there's a part of it where it's the person's irrational attempt to reconnect with the flow of life, right? The natural order of predators getting their food from their prey, and just the natural way that nature has structured organisms to interact with one another. Human beings, in a desperate and ignorant attempt to reconnect to that balance, they feel that, yeah, I mean, going hunting is the manly thing. You know, I'm a nature lover. I respect. Tell me when you've heard, how often you've heard this. I respect the animals that I shoot, even though I could walk across the street and get a full week's supply of groceries. You're gonna go out and that makes you feel. Anyway, so I think that's what they're doing. I think they're trying to irrationally reconnect to this natural order, but they're doing it in an incorrect, misguided way. Right?
Yeah, like, because it's corrupted by, again, their lifestyle habits and where they have degenerated to. Yeah. And I think you're right about that, where it is this, they, you know, create this culture of trying to get back to nature. So there might be things that we would consider positive if they go out camping, or just to go lay out under the stars or get in a tent or whatever you do. But they have this Neanderthalic theory of, you know, we gotta, you know, this is like our ancestors. We're gonna go kill the animals and that kind of thing. And it is this a very problematic attempt to connect with nature and their ancestors. Yes.
And I'm glad you brought it up along those lines of kind of the meat eating issue, because some of the stuff that I was looking at was focused primarily on that, because it seems to be the major hole that we're in, that we're all just still reeling from, and we can't. It's good that you focus on that in terms of how do we address how food affects our behavior, right? If that's the subject we're looking at. Right. And I have a couple of slides here that I'd like to share, and the first part of them is just going to be terms, like sharing terms, so that we're all on the same page when we might make reference to some terms. And of course, you know, for you guys that are looking at videos on YouTube or whatnot, it's just go over some terminology so we're all on the same page. So that being said, if I share my screen,
there should be a little button down in the middle there.
There should be a button in the middle. Okay,
like a share screen button.
Permit my techno peasant adult mind a second here. In the bottom.
There should be
right here.
Yeah.
Share screen. Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm gonna share this. This one. Yeah, great. Okay. Can I do this? Okay, is that coming across right? I don't know.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah? You can see? Okay, great. Okay, so, actually, hold on a second. So I can click through. All right, so effects of food on behavior. And if we're talking about how food affects behavior, then what you're going to usually find in conventional information circles on this subject, you're going to find that they're going to connect this to the limbic system. Okay, it's the reward center of the brain, And this limbic system, it controls our emotional responses to our perceptions and responses to the environment. All right. So when we're talking about your how you encode and how you perceive things, right? Your emotional center, your limbic system, it's going to put its emotional signature on that. It's going to give that a particular emotional imprint, right? So anyway, long story short, that's the emotional center, your limbic system, and that controls what emotions you put on perceptions. Our brain and central nervous system responds to stimuli from the outside world through an array of chemical messengers that communicate information through the body. All right. So think of nothing else but a mail service worker, right? When I say chemical messengers, that's what I'm talking about. So in dealing with behavior changes and responses to food, we're concerned with those messengers that are released when we do or perceive something that is advantageous to survival. So in the realm of talking about how food affects your behavior, we're generally going to be focused on those stimuli from your environment that are advantageous to your survival. So whenever you see something or come across something in your environment that's advantageous to survival, it is the set of chemical messengers, right? In that instance that we're concerned with. Okay. So your limbic system, your brain, right? It communicates to the rest of your body through a set of chemical messengers, which are just like mail service workers. Those chemical messengers are called neurotransmitters. So what's a neurotransmitter? A neurotransmitter is simply a chemical messenger acting much like any mail delivery service worker that carries signals, information, and instructions between neurons, okay, and target cells throughout the body. Those target cells can be in glands, they can be in muscles or other neurons. Okay, so that's what a neurotransmitter is. It's basically just a chemical messenger that is created by the cells, your neuron cells, the nerve cells, and that information is propagated amongst other nerve cells and other tissues in the body. Okay. There are two types of neurotransmitters. Actually, there are more, but for our purposes right now, just two of them are going to be important for you to know if you're interested in this subject. So you have excitatory neurotransmitters and inhibitory ones. I don't want to spend much time on this, guys. Basically, the two of them, excitatory neurotransmitters, what they do is they ramp up. They give instructions to the cell that they're communicating with to fire off and reproduce the message, to continue firing off the message. So if my message is go, 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 then I'm going to send that message, and when it's picked up, the target cell will get the message of go, 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 and continue to propagate it, right? So that's what an excitatory neurotransmitter does. It's a chemical messenger that gives the instruction of heightened activity, heightened stimulation, go, 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 keep perpetuating this signal. An inhibitory neurotransmitter, on the other hand, has the exact opposite effect. It has a calming influence, okay? So one nerve cell sends an inhibitory neurotransmitter to the next cell, then the next cell will go, oh, and it'll relax and say, okay, I can stop sending the message now. Then that's the effect, okay? Two types of neurotransmitters, excitatory and inhibitory. All right. I'm not going to spend time on this. This is just a quick graph of the different types of neurotransmitters. And you can see some of these things that you're probably familiar hearing in nutrition world, in nutrition literature. Acetylcholine, histamine, dopamine, these are all excitatory neurotransmitters. Dopamine has many roles. You see it appear more than once. And then inhibitory neurotransmitters, serotonin, dopamine again, GABA, and then these other ones we're not even going to worry about for today. Oh my God. I am so sorry. Oh no, this is the worst time for this.
Oh, is that a fire drill?
Yeah. Oh,
How long does that how long does that take?
usually not long.
Do you have to leave, or is it just like testing the audio?
Usually within a couple of seconds, they'll tell you whether, it's a drill or a false alarm or whatnot. Oh man.
Well, this is a good the kind of human behavior that has produced this.
And there's like nothing I can do about this right now. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, 1 sec.
Yeah. So we are, yes, Zoe, go with the flow. Go with the flow of the. That's interesting. Still going. I didn't know that happened in apartments. I always knew fire drills were at school, but yeah, who else we got? Yeah, Brady. Yeah, this is. It's still going. It probably never does that.
Yeah. Very often, these are false alarms. But
yeah, well, it probably usually doesn't keep going this long.
No, it usually doesn't go this long. No. Oh boy.
Yeah, Brady is Puss in Mucus world trying to stop it.
Trying to sabotage. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is really an unanticipated pickle. Because I'm not going to give a presentation with this. That's so disruptive.
Yeah. So I guess I'll talk for a minute.
Okay. Do you want me to? Okay. Do you want me to sign off and just give it like 2 minutes or so, and then
I can just mute you and then just sort of.
Oh yeah.
For a second.
Okay. Maybe mute me just for a second, and then
yeah.
I'll give you a try to.
Just let me know. Yeah, when you're back.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So, all right. So we are, welcome to the Puss in Mucus world. Man, yeah, that's an interesting one. But you got to analyze stuff like that. So really think, because what comes to my mind, which really to this day really blows me away, is it's become so commonplace to have shootings in schools where you have young, defenseless children, and it has become so much of a thing that there are school shooting drills. That I can't wrap my head around that, because what do they call it? Active shooter drills. And anybody in the chat, if you grew up with these, like say something, explain to me what that felt like to you as a child to be dealing with something like this. Active shooter drills. Well, I'm gonna find some good pictures of this. So what's your thoughts on this? What kind of behavior has produced this? say the trauma of training for a school is the trauma of training for a school shooter worth it? I mean, this kind of stuff starts making me feel old, because I'm like, I grew up in a whole different reality. Like now I'm starting to sound like the elders before me, where they're like, oh, it was totally different when we grew up. It was totally different when I was coming up in the 90s. This just, no. We had fire drills and everybody looked forward to it because it was an opportunity to go outside and not have to do whatever we were doing in class. And now somehow they've normalized this. Like we said, let's get together all of those shooters, take the pus and the mucus out of the equation, get that out of their diet, and let's see if we would still need to have active shooter drills in school. Let's see, Reese, yeah, he's young, the young bucks. During the drills, I always thought to myself, if it was real, I'd throw a chair to break the window and run the hell away. Yeah, like that's what they should teach. You know, it's like, you know, it wasn't until the that shooting in Colorado, that was kind of when that was one of the first. And so I remember when that hit, and then you going to school and you would just be thinking about that, like, okay, exits and what you would do if somebody came in and they had a gun, like you put little plans together in your head and stuff, but it wasn't nothing like this. I mean, this is just absurd. And let's see, was Eli back? But yeah, this is, I mean, this, you can't, you know, you're not gonna be like, you're just not gonna be a healthy person, like on top of you. So you're eating pus and mucus, McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's, and then on top of that, you're going through this type of trauma, you know, and then we wonder why there's so much insanity. Man, these little kids, like, and then, you know, we always talk about so many of us in the mucus-free community do not send our children to public schools or private schools or any of that kind of stuff. And, you know, we're in the process of creating our own schools. But in the meantime, you got the homeschooling process and all that kind of stuff. So Lisa asked, can you explain why pus and mucus and meat and dairy creates this level of hostility? Is it the hormones? Is it the constipation? Is it because it's not our biological food? Yeah, so we're going to get into that. That was part of what Eli is going to get into there. But I mean, you're definitely on it. So I come out of the Arnold Ehret analysis. So constipation is the foundation of human illness. So a lot of people get wrapped up in the cancers and the different, you know, sort of the things that are so visceral that you see, or you're blowing your nose all the time, or you have different, you know, just different ailments like that. But the mental illness that also emerges from the poor eating habits, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where it's when you try to come at it from this academic standpoint, there's a lot of deficiencies because of the way that they structure how you're supposed to do academic studies and what you're allowed to say. And then if you start being a little too progressive and too controversial with your studies, then they actually go after you, just like they go after the YouTube, you know, YouTube people. If you're too influential and you're saying things that are too dangerous, they go after academics and shut them down. And all of a sudden they no longer have a job, or they're not getting published anymore. And so the breaking it down from that angle, that scientific analysis, there's people that are doing some of that work and that analysis, but it's hard to get that message out. but definitely because it's systemic. So you get the constipation, as throw off your hormones, it's going to throw off, it starts throwing everything off. But then when you really start to see the nature of what a constipated person is capable of, it was capable of, and actually can feel, there's people that feel good hurting other people. They feel good dominating another person or having control over another person. And what we see when you change what the person is eating fundamentally changes that element. They no longer feel good hurting other people. They no longer, that doesn't feel good anymore. That's no longer exciting to dominate other people, to dominate animals. That bloodlust, it goes, it leaves as you clean yourself out. And it's because we're not supposed to be like that. We're not supposed to have that type of bloodlust. We're not carnivores. We're not, people always like to compare, then you go, yeah. Oh, you still, Eli's back or still beeping? Oh, the sprinkler system that seems to have triggered. The fire department is, oh man. Yeah, they see, that's all it is. So yeah, we're going to get deeper into the details of that and get into the mechanics, where we start to break it down. You can get into the mechanics and the neurochemistry and all that good stuff to really break it down. But I like to keep it simple in terms of my explanations. And it's just like, if you look at constipation as the foundation, and where's that constipation come from? Uneliminated, undigested food substance, most of which were never intended for the human body. So it builds up, and over time builds up more and more and more. And, it results in a significantly degenerate species. The human species, we are not people, they have this idea of humans being so advanced and everything is so like, oh, we're progressive and enlightened beings and all this kind of stuff. And that's not the case. I mean, we are on our way down into lower forms of animals, the animal kingdom. We're eating ourselves down into these pathetic beings that it's the reason that, don't let scientific innovation or technological innovation, I should say, don't let that fool you, because necessity is the mother of invention. So anything that we create, it's fair to say that you go back far enough, humans could do that. All right, Eli is back. Sort of.
Your attention, this is Toronto Fire. Your attention, this is Toronto Fire. We're investigating an activation of an alarm in the basement P2. Please stay in your units. If you need assistance, call 911. If you need assistance, call 911. We will update you.
I mean, cool. Is it really that serious? Is it where you have to be your grown men and women in an apartment? Like, I've never heard of that. Stay in your apartment?
Stay in your apartment. Yeah. I don't, there's no fire or anything. It's just the sprinkler system, I don't know, for some reason got triggered or something like that. And I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
It's like I say, pus happens. That's what we need to create is a car bumper stickers that say pus happens.
Yeah, no kidding. I am so sorry about that, friends. Okay, so let me not delay here. Let me just pick up where I left off. Okay, so we can axe that slide. Hormones. You'll very often hear hormones jump into the picture when you're talking about behavior change, right? So what are hormones? Hormones are chemical messengers, just like the neurotransmitters we talked about. Okay, so neurotransmitters are chemical messengers that are created by the nervous cells and sent throughout the body. Hormones are very similar. They're chemical messengers as well, and they're released by mainly the glands from your endocrine system. And they travel through the body via the bloodstream to the target cells. Okay. And then hormones tell those cells what to do. So think of hormones like anytime someone says hormone, think of like a dictator, like a military general commanding the troops, right? Just barking instructions, and they have no choice but to follow the instructions. That's a hormone. There are water-soluble hormones and there are fat-soluble hormones. The water-soluble hormones bind to receptor sites on the cell surface. I'm going to stop myself there just for a second. This is all what is conventionally accepted. All right. You can go down a rabbit hole of how exactly science claims to know these things. And there's going to be stuff that's like, ooh, it can be a bit sticky. It's a strange hole that you can go down. So all I'm saying is this is what is conventionally understood. Okay. However, there might be some things that are a bit maybe hit or miss when it comes to how science actually comes to the determination of how these things are known. But that's a subject for a different day. Okay. So water-soluble hormones and fat-soluble hormones. So the water-soluble ones bind to the cell on the surface of the cell and then communicate their information through the membrane. And then the fat-soluble hormones, they enter the cells themselves. The whole hormone enters the cell itself. And that, no, don't do it. No. No, you got to be kidding me. No, don't do it. Come on. It's the sprinkler system. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. Yeah. So guys, I am so sorry. Oh my goodness. My apologies, please. Anyway, so that's hormones, okay? And you have the two types, water soluble, fat soluble. Dopamine, you're going to hear that come up all the time. Dopamine is the main chemical signal messenger for pleasure. It causes an excited type of euphoria. Basically, dopamine encourages an organism to pursue something and continue that pursuit. So remember when I said we're talking about stuff that's advantageous for survival. Remember that term. Oh yes, okay, good. I think we're done now. Okay, so advantageous for survival. So dopamine is the main chemical messenger that gets released when you run into things in your environment that are good for survival. All right. And there's a different set of neurotransmitters that are responsible for stimuli that are offensive or repulsive in your nature, that are not good for survival. All right. So, but those are separate. And then serotonin, you'll hear that come up a lot in these types of instructionals or lessons on brain chemistry or behavior, or how food affects behavior. Serotonin will come up. That is also a chemical messenger. These are all chemical messengers and found in the nervous system, and that communicates information through your brain and body. Okay. Serotonin is
Attention, this is Toronto Fire Service. Attention, this is Toronto Fire Service. We have found no cause for alarm in the P2. No cause for alarm. The system will be reset shortly. There will be no more announcements. The system will be reset shortly, and the elevators will be working shortly. There'll be no more announcements.
Okay. You guys all heard that, right?
I mean, it was just, it's like he's never said anything to a group of people before. Just, I mean, that was like something out of a movie. So somebody was just so nervous, like it's repeated the same thing over and over and over again. Oh wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's too funny. Yeah. Yeah, he was very rigid sounding on that thing, wasn't he? Okay. All right. So yeah, finishing up on serotonin. Some of the things it does: contracts intestinal muscles, helps food move through the system, acts on gut nerves. Low levels of serotonin linked to depression, anxiety, helps regulate your sleep cycle, mood, appetite. So this hormone is very relevant to those topics. So if your food has anything to do with influencing your body and influencing the hormones that you produce, then of course these things are going to be super influential on your behavior, right? You might wonder what the difference between hormones and neurotransmitters are, and we already went over it, but just so you have this clear distinction in your mind, because it's people don't go over this stuff like very often. Sometimes presenters just like to breeze over these terms. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. You see it all the time. So I'm just making sure everyone's clear on this. So what the difference between a neurotransmitter and a hormone is that neurotransmitters are created in only cells of the nervous system. So nerve cells, and they only travel a very short distance in what's called the synapse, right? The space between two nerve cells, or a nerve and the target cell. Maybe it's a muscle cell, maybe it's something else. But neurotransmitters only jump a small distance between cells, and they're initially created in the nervous system. Okay. Neuro, right, is kind of the prefix for nerve, right? Hormones are also chemical messengers, but they're created in the endocrine glands. And they can also travel very long distances to all parts of the body. So you have a gland, it produces a hormone, and that is also an information packet, chemical information packet. That hormone dumps the chemical information packet into the bloodstream, and then the bloodstream communicates it all throughout the body. Okay? That's the difference between neurotransmitters and hormones. One starts in the gland, the hormones, and the other starts in the nerve cells, the neurotransmitters. Okay? No, that's a repeat. Okay, so now I will not go into this quite yet, and because this is some of the more esoterica. What I will do is I will read this really quickly, and then I'll shoot it back to you. If you have, well, I mean, I know you were speaking for a while I was gone. So
well, yeah, you could probably do, if you want to, do your
go over everything,
the studies, and then you could go ahead and start the esoteric. And
okay.
Then, because then my what I have to share on that will be good after you do yours.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let me just cue something up here. Okay, great. So, talking about the effects of food on behavior, I was looking through a manual, through a book, The Life Sciences Health System by T.C. Fry. It's basically an encyclopedia, a natural hygiene encyclopedia. And it was interesting. I found this little blurb here, and it's a question that was asked of T.C. Fry. And the question reads, "I feel so good after eating several high-protein meals. I feel like I could fight a tiger. How could that be bad?" And the answer that he gives is, well, there's a good reason that you feel so energetic, quote-unquote energetic or stimulated after a high-protein meal. The chemical composition of uric acid, a byproduct of protein metabolism, is remarkably similar to that of caffeine. You're not getting any energy from the high protein meals. You're receiving chemical stimulation. Heavy protein eaters are always, quote unquote, high on drugs, either from the stimulating effects of the uric acid byproducts, or they may actually be intoxicated on the alcohol that forms in the body from the protein fermentation. So I thought that was interesting. And
that's a really good one.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. So I was curious about uric acid levels and if that affects the body and if it does act like caffeine. There was one study that claimed that uric acid did not act by the same mechanism as caffeine, but that, you know, that also draws up a whole bunch of questions. I mean, it doesn't act by the same mechanism. Okay, so does it act by just some other mechanism that you're not measuring? You know, that has a very similar type of exciting property, right? You don't know, right? Because again, science is very, very narrowed in its scope, very narrow.
Yeah. Well, because it seems like they've done those studies on. You could watch a documentary. I was always wanted to do take this where they would take how different things go into the body. If those documentaries, you smoke weed, then they show the illustration of the lungs and then how that smoke, the different properties, and they'll break down the different chemicals that are being absorbed into the inside of the lungs, and then how that goes to the brain and goes down to the heart. And, you know, so it's like they throw all the pattern, all that. But then when it comes, how does, if meat is a stimulant, as if we could establish that, or if we could hypothesize that just to test it, then what are the ways in which it is stimulating the body and stimulate from the brain or whatever, you know? But it's like, where are those studies at?
Right.
You know, they didn't ask. There's not a lot of people asking that question, like you said.
Right, exactly. Now, that wasn't the only study, of course. I did find studies that did kind of corroborate this. So this one was interesting. So this was the impulsivity. So impulsivity is associated with uric acid. And this is evidence taken from evidence of humans and mice. So I can just very quickly go over this. The evidence from disparate lines of research suggests that uric acid is elevated in psychiatric disorders characterized by high impulsivity, such as attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, bipolar. And the present research tests hypotheses that impulsivity is associated with high uric acid in humans and mice. So that's what they're investigating here. And in both human samples, these are the results. The emotional aspects of trait impulsivity, specifically impulsiveness and excitement seeking, were associated with higher levels of uric acid concurrently. And when uric acid was measured 3 to 5 years later, period. I'm going to skip down. Okay, some of the study highlights. Let's go to conclusions because I don't want to spend too much time on this. Conclusions. Higher uric acid was associated with impulsivity in both humans and mice. And the identification of biological markers of impulsivity may lead to a better understanding of the physiological mechanisms involved in impulsivity and may suggest potential targets for therapeutic intervention. So uric acid and caffeine are very similar in composition. Of course, that doesn't mean that they are the same, but what they found in this and in some other studies as well is that there does seem to be this correlation between behavior modifications and elevated levels of uric acid. I'll say
just uric acid. They say it's a normal body waste product.
Right.
Forms gets a definition, but what I thought was interesting here. So when it says, well, what causes high uric acid? So in any of this is the Google causes of high uric acid in the blood include diuretics, water retention and relievers, drinking too much alcohol, drinking too much soda, or eating too much of foods that contain fructose, a type of sugar. So not one word of the acid forming properties of decaying flesh in the body. We're not going to mention that.
That's all you get. That's all you get. You get all the peripheral influences. You don't get the main one, right?
Yeah,
one
the
that
main one. Like sugar.
Yeah.
Sugar, sugar and drink water retention. Okay, well how did the body get into a condition that it would begin to retain water? What's that about? Like,
Yes.
we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to blame everything else but meat.
Exactly. I know. It's such a funny thing. It's frustrating as hell too. I'm not going to read everything like I did before. I'm only going to read these last couple main points that I highlighted here. So this is another study, the influence of serum uric acid on the brain and cognitive dysfunction. And I'm kind of looking at this because this whole meat eating thing is just one of the main issues that we're reeling from. So I figured it was good to just stick on this. But anyway, so the influence of serum uric acid on brain and cognitive dysfunction. I'll skip right to the end. Main points. High levels of uric acid in the blood have been shown to impair cognition. But they also found that quote unquote normal levels may have some benefits as an antioxidant. So they found that uric acid they weren't poo-pooing uric acid completely. It's a normal byproduct of protein breakdown and degradation. And so they were saying that there's some normal levels of this seem to have a positive effect, whether it's that they have a positive effect or that's just the normal level of uric acid that's concomitant with eating food that you have to eliminate a portion of it. I don't know. But anyway, main conclusion was that yes, there definitely are problems with elevated levels of uric acid, and over time those can cause inflammation and problems. And when you have that happen, you're going to be influencing your serotonin levels, your dopamine levels. You're going to be affecting your neurochemistry, and so your behavior will change. And if they're at normal levels, then everything's great. So I don't want to spend too much time on the studies.
That also brings to mind there was such a movement against the theory of auto intoxication that where that was Eric sort of he doesn't use that word, but he kind of puts the foundation for that. Then natural hygienists after him came and they made a run with it. It had its day. Then the terminology kind of fell out of fashion and some of the theories went in strange directions. But just the idea of what happens when the body is overburdened with waste, with toxic waste,
right?
Whether it's uric acid, toxemias, uneliminated matter, slime, we can go through the list of things that we find in the body when you detoxify. Yet this concept of detoxification is in itself controversial still in these type of circles where they're not even, where it's like, well, because if uric acid is an issue, if these other things are an issue, but then like you saw, they always like to soften it. They want to make it a little soft, where it's like, so there might be some normal levels based on whose physiology.
Right.
Because everything they always try to correlate everything to the pus and mucus eating human, as if that's the normal, a normal so-called healthy pus and mucus eating human. So we're gonna analyze everybody's blood based on that concept, as opposed to, I don't see them. They're not taking your blood and like, well, let's create a blood work framework based on Eli. And then everybody has to live up to that. Sure. That ain't gonna, that ain't gonna work.
No one's doing these studies. Yeah.
No.
There's so many variables that you have to really consider when you start getting into, this study. There's just, it's hard to pour all of your faith into studies, because there's going to be these little areas that have been overlooked, or like aspects of the studies that have been overlooked. You're never going to have a perfect study, and so it starts to be necessary to find other means of how you interpret data from your reality that are going to be a bit more helpful. For example, the way that you've naturally been designed to interpret data from your environment, given your God-given senses, if you're honest enough to pay attention to them, that can also be very reliable. How do charting and recording how you feel during a fast, as opposed to how you feel 5 months, 6 months down the road doing the same fast after you've eaten a clean, mucus-free life, right? That is real data that you don't need anybody to corroborate that. That is like factual, hard data. And it's, you start to have to rely more and more on that once you clean up your lifestyle enough, such that sometimes the worldly approach, it starts to become less and less relevant to you, because all that stuff is all based on you know how it is.
Yeah, well, and I would say it's already irrelevant, but people have been conditioned into that way of thinking, as if they take you take a portion of the population and you get them into this. I just call it scientism. Just it's like it's another ism. It's just like a religion, and that's why I grabbed one of my favorite. Where did I put it? One of my favorite books that I always recommend people check out, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Mr. Kuhn here, Mr. Thomas Kuhn. But it gets into this the paradigms and really how hard it is to move things within these crusty institutions. And particularly when I look at recently, I've been considering different sciences, and when I look and say, well, not all the sciences are created equal, because depending on how you value, if you look at, okay, well, what has it produced? So we look at physics and we look at these different areas where it's like, well, yeah, we've produced a lot of things, technological things out here. The weakest of all of these sciences, when people say trust the science, well, I mean, I can trust a little bit of physics because I have there's things all around here that have come out of that, but technologically, but biology, it's like the rung is so low, they're so lost, and because the paradigm hasn't shifted. You've had physics, the paradigm has shifted a few times over the past however many, how many hundreds of years. When it comes to biology or human physiology and that kind of analysis, when you actually start studying it, you'll real quick, you'll see where they say, we don't know. They'll never tell you in the public that. When you actually go and you either look at the studies or the lectures or the textbooks of the stuff that a lot of these folks are getting into in the higher up in school, they're just like, we don't know how it's caused. Start looking up a lot of diseases. Be like, we don't know where. We don't know why. We don't know where it's coming from.
You'll be lost in the land of ideology unknown.
Yeah.
Just endless seas of ideology unknown. It's like, well, how do you have any capacity to help me if you don't know the cause? You can't.
Yeah. It's like they know just enough biology and biochemistry to be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
So they know they can give you some synthetic compounds, and you can take them, and they know how it'll alter your consciousness. They can play with your hormones. They can mess around.
Yeah.
But it's very dangerous. It ends up being worse than if they didn't know anything at all.
That's it. Yeah.
If you were just, oh, you're on your own, go figure it out.
Yeah.
Then you would have a lot more, a much better chance on your own than dealing with a lot of their kind of stuff. But again, you get these people that have been conditioned into the, trust the science type of concept, and like what we're showing you is there is no science to trust. There you can go read, like go study yourself. I've never seen anybody that said that has actually sat down and read a medical journal article themselves. Like they've just, that hasn't been, they get that, they download that that conditioning from Oprah or something, or some type of television thing or article or something like that. And it really, to me, it's one of the worst banes of our existence in terms of the really maintaining that slave hold that they have on people's minds, because people get so scared. Because then when we start talking about, that we don't agree with protein theories and calorie theories and all this kind of stuff, then people get so triggered because they've been conditioned to do so. It's like a little fail-safe switch. Like, as soon as you start deviating too far over there, then that's not scientific, and like that's some way to just disregard it.
Right.
And
right.
So yeah, it's a problematic.
It's the arrogance of thinking that your thinking is superior to the thinking that went into the construction of your mind by nature and your body by nature. That is true and deep knowledge. And we sometimes forget that we have to humble ourselves to that grand architect, that intelligent force that has gone into making up everything, and really give our reverence to that, and realize that our minds are feeble and weak in comparison. And it makes much better sense to align your behaviors in accord to what that intelligence dictates, rather than the conceptions that we can plague ourselves with. And we get into all sorts of trouble when we harbor that arrogance of thinking that our minds are superior to the mind of nature. Right?
Yeah.
Now on those lines, okay, so now I don't know how much time do we have? How much time do we have?
We got as much time as we feel like.
Really?
I don't have. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm known for being on here. We probably won't go as long as I go sometimes, because we're known for being on here for like 4 hours just rolling.
Gotcha.
So don't even worry about it.
Gotcha. Okay, I definitely don't need that much time, but I just wanted to make sure that I'm not overstepping my welcome here on your platform. Okay, so all right. Well, let me go through some of this. So we went through a couple of those studies. Now I want to get into just some of what I was suggesting is a good way to think about things, is in terms of natural science, right? How you can start to corroborate things on your own with better understanding. So, okay, I'll try to get through this fairly quickly. We are made up of several different bodies. Okay, we're made up of several different bodies. But in terms of what concern us, only 3 of these bodies are worth discussing. So when I say bodies, and I've been through this in many of the videos on my channel, so this might be familiar for people who are already familiar with my channel. But you have a physical body with which you use to interact with the physical world. What people don't realize is you also need subsequent bodies in order to interact with those planes of existence. So if you have emotions at your disposal, which you do, you don't need anyone to corroborate that. You know that you have emotions at your disposal. Emotions are a type of energy. They're a type of they operate on a particular frequency of emotional material. And in order to interact with the world of emotionality, you actually need an emotional body. It is a finer body made up of elements that you can't see, taste, or touch, but you require that body if you have any hope of interacting with those frequencies. So as you can see on this little depiction on the left here, you have the physical body, and then you have an astral body. All right, a finer body in vibration. Think of like music, right? It's like sound frequencies. Some sound frequencies, the higher the frequency, the less you're able to hear of that sound. It gets finer and more sublimated. Okay. And so you have bodies corresponding to you as the human being that transcend all different scales of the electromagnetic spectrum. So you have a physical, an astral, and a mental body. You have the ability to think with your mind. It is this kind of godly type of conception where you create images, create things in your mind, right? That is another level of energy that you're tapping into, and you need a body to be able to interact with that field. So you have a mental body as well. Okay.
Now, in terms of like from a theoretical framework standpoint, so where does this come from? Is this is there a particular tradition or authors, or is this sort of a conglomeration of various teachings, or is it something that you the way that you have digested and then interpreted this line of thinking?
Gotcha. Yeah, great question. No, this is definitely not just coming from my theories. You will find corroboration of these aspects of natural esoteric philosophy littered all throughout history, all throughout antiquity. It almost doesn't matter which esoteric tradition you go to. You're going to find that these elements tend to corroborate and see eye to eye. What happened was when we were a bit more, when certain classes of individuals were a bit more connected to their spiritual bodies. I just described bodies. So you can, through development, have a stronger connection to those bodies. And when that happens, you would be able to have access to the information that is accessible with those particular frequencies. And when you make those connections, you are able to glean from reality far more information than is available to you if you are stuck only in the world of effects here on the physical. Okay. So over thousands and thousands of years of trial and error, spiritual investigation, what happened was these principles were learned and codified and preserved in esoteric texts and sacred texts and traditions, and they just passed down over the years and have been added to over time. So yes, there are many sources that you can get this type of information from.
Which one would in this triad, the emotional body would be? Would that be related to the mental?
So you could theosophical literature, right? If you use that as a term, you could peruse theosophical literature, and you could find everything you need. Mysticism, right? I'm reluctant to say just general mysticism. You're going to find a whole bunch of BS too.
Oh yeah,
then you'll get into the New Age thing, and then New Age kind of distorts information here or there. In terms of authors who've helped preserve this that I've taken influence from, I'm going to introduce you to one in just a second here. C.W. Leadbeater, who you'll see in just a second. Rudolf Steiner, very influential. Both of these individuals were clairvoyant, and they had exactly the ability that I'm telling you about right now, where they had astral vision. And so from at least Rudolf Steiner did from the earliest of age. And so he was able to glean information with that connection that we only started rediscovering years and years and years after he had passed away. He had physiological understanding that was just light years ahead of everybody in his time. And in terms of how the heart works, how these types of bodies work, how your organs are structured, how your bones are structured and the connection that they have to planetary bodies and the informational constructs that are communicating with each other when a body is formed. Like there's just this incredible body of information.
Right. Because
So-
we're talking about systems of thought and ways to understand reality.
Yes.
That are different than the Western,
Right.
the Western so-called scientific models.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, of course, I don't want to sidetrack the subject that we're actually focusing on today. It's just that I need to go through this just for a second to add the context so that it makes sense where I'm going with this. Okay. So it's just so the audience, I'm not losing the audience. There's a reason why I'm taking a second on this. Okay. So have faith. I'm not just digressing indiscriminately here. Okay. So these bodies that make up the entirety of you as a human being, they're interwoven with each other in an inextricable fashion. They are inextricable from each other. Okay, you can't. The only time that these bodies may sever is when you pass away. Other than that, they're not going anywhere. They all make up you, not just your physical body, not just your brain. Okay, so what that means is because they're inextricably tied to one another, just by sheer logic alone, any influence that you subject to the mental body or the astral body or the physical body would have to influence the other bodies. So if you make a change on the physical, because it's connected directly, every fabric is directly connected to the astral body, it means that astral body has to take effect, which also subsequently means your mental body would also have to take effect. So when you're eating in such a way that your physical body changes, those changes ripple to your other bodies and will affect your behavior and your thinking and your emotionality. Have to. All right. So that's one way you can think about this if you ever want to go down that rabbit hole on how food affects your behavior, or if it does. If you're not sure if it does, it has to. And sorry, did you have something that you wanted to add quickly?
Well, I'll add. So this is the rational fasting for physical, mental, and spiritual rejuvenation.
Yes.
That's the triad.
That's it. That's the triad. Yes, exactly. Lots of relationships in nature seem to have a triune. Seem to use that triune relationship, that threefold element, where the three combine into the one and then make something marvelous.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so we just talked about how that they have to influence each other. Oh, and vice versa. So if you make a change in the mental body and your mental thinking, those changes will ripple down and affect your physical body just the same, vice versa. Now, Neville Goddard is a character some of you might be familiar with, and he kind of familiarized the law of reversibility in one of his books. And so, okay, now before I get to that, we know quite well that our minds can affect our relationship to food. Okay, no, you don't need anyone to corroborate that. You know that already. Let's just say you've got a plate of food that you're about to dive into, and then the phone rings, and you pick up the phone, hello, and someone tells you, hey, aren't you coming to the wedding today? You're like, what? Holy, you're not hungry anymore. You're flying over to that wedding as fast as you can, as fast as your feet can carry you. All right, as fast as you can drive. A change in your mental state affected your appetite. All of a sudden, you were not hungry. So we all know this. I don't need to drop all the examples of how your mind and how your thinking affects your appetite. All right, we know that that's the case. Now, if that's the case, that your mind can influence your behavior, right? your appetite, okay, your the physical elements that make up you as the human being, then we know that the opposite must also be true. So Neville Goddard says, if a physical fact can produce a psychological state can produce a physical fact. And what he's talking about here is he's talking about the law of reversibility, okay? Law of reversibility, it states that many natural processes and or operations of physics can be completely reversed. So, think of steam, all right? Steam can become water and it can subsequently become ice. Ice can also do the reverse and become steam, just by reversing the process, okay? Energy. So you have mechanical energy, okay, can create electrical energy. Think of a windmill that's spinning and it's producing movement, and that movement is producing electricity. Well, it also works in the opposite direction as well. You can use electricity to produce mechanical movement, right? You can have an electric implement like in your house, and you can feed it to a fan and the electricity powers the fan, right? So it works in both cases. It's reversible. Wind and temperature, right? You have a particular wind pattern. Well, that will affect the temperature in a certain region. But if you also alter the temperature, that will subsequently alter the wind pattern. Okay, so they're reversible. And many relationships in nature have this type of reversibility baked into it. Electricity. So anytime you have electricity running through a current, or like you have a current of electricity running through a cord, all right, or like let's just say a copper cable of some sort, that will produce an electric field. All electric currents produce electric fields, all right, magnetic fields around the current. So if electricity produces an electromagnetic field, by law of reversibility, it must also be that if you have an electromagnetic field, you can use that to create electricity. It's reversible. Okay, so knowing that principle exists, we also know that if your food can affect your mind, we also know that your mind can affect your body, or affect your eating, affect your behavior. If your behavior can affect your mentality, your mentality can affect your behavior. It's reversible. So we know that this must be the case. And it would behoove of us to be very, very mindful of what we put into our bodies, because we know that these things are absolutely going to affect our minds. So the amount of responsibility is really starts to ramp up the more you start paying attention to this. Okay.
And I would have to. So what I would have to add, because then there's some people that come in and they do the okay, then it's all the mind, and we can if we just focus on the mind, then everything follows. And I'm always like, that's problematic, because for every action, there's a reaction to your point about the reversal. We have to understand how far something has gone in one direction, and then what it's going to take to reverse it. Yeah. So I don't care how gifted your mind is. If you've eaten Big Macs every day for the past 20 years, you're going to have to transition body, mind, and spirit. It can all transition at the same, but you're not going to be able to just think your way out of and clean, because there are certain, just as if with taking ice and turning it back into steam, you could calculate time variables based on how much heat and repeatable, how long it would take to turn that ice into steam. Physiologically, you could do a similar thing once we have once we have more access to the tools we need. We can do those studies, but it's the same thing. You got somebody that's constipated and encumbered physically. Of course, they're constipated and encumbered mentally and emotionally, but even if it starts in their mind where they get the idea like, okay, I want to heal myself, I want to get better, they start to understand what we're talking about before their body gets it. That's great, but you also have to understand the transitional principle that just because you have it in your head that you understand. And sometimes I do this with folks that they want to do what you do overnight. They want to eat nothing but fruit tomorrow because we're fruitarians and it's just all in the mind. And let me just change. They're not talking about all the excess uric acid and toxemias and uneliminated fecal matter and things that's in their body. They think that they can just use their mind and just shift on over. And so that to bring it all together, that this systemically where the body, mind, and spirit is working in conjunction in the direction that you desire, and doing so in a way where there is realistic expectations about what you're capable of, body, mind, and spirit, that is in connection with your condition. And being honest about where you are in your condition, because that's hard for people to do, to actually be honest about where they are.
Yeah. You remind me of the problem of the ascetics, the old approach to asceticism that you found in our past, when these types of under the influence of like the Eastern religions, the Eastern kind of esoteric spirituality,
right,
where they were starting to understand the importance of spiritual development and increasing your connection to your deeper subconscious and to the mind of God and all the spiritual development that is very good to cultivate. But what happened was they were starting to disregard and disrespect the physical body, which is a huge mistake on the spiritual path, right? To be completely and holistically spiritual, you have to recognize that your physical body is just as holy and just as sacred as the mind that you're trying to cultivate, the spirit that you're trying to cultivate. They are all equally spiritual. They are all equally gifts of nature to you, to your ability to be and live. And so you have to take care of all of them together. And that is much more spiritual than the ascetic who made that mistake, who just lets their body rot and whatever, I don't care, and then just meditate forever. It's just like you're missing a critical element of spirituality there. And like you said before, I've dealt with many people who made that mistake, trying to jump the gun and not respecting the body, not respecting the time the physical body takes. It's slower than our minds and our inner emotions, right? Our minds can adopt an idea in a second, but you have to respect that your body is much slower in adopting your mind's direction, right? So you have to respect that, right? Now you guys will like this. I'm going to read a quick excerpt from an essay written by, and this is very relevant to what we've been talking about. So this is an essay written by Charles Webster Leadbeater. Okay. Leadbeater is probably he took on that name. It's kind of like an esoteric, Freemasonic
tradition,
symbolic name. I don't think that was his actual name. But anyway, so he was a very developed clairvoyant who unfolded and perfected his psychic faculties under the guidance of his adept teacher. And he commenced his clairvoyant investigations in 1893, on occasion collaborating with Annie Besant, the second president of the Theosophical Society, wrote over 30 books on the spiritual life and the psychic nature of man. He's one of the well-known theosophists who led the Theosophical Society after the passing of H.P. Blavatsky, who was another renowned figure in these, in this literature. You're also going to find a whole bunch of dirt and things, people are besmirching and, just impugning Leadbeater for all sorts of stuff. You're going to find all that too. But then something actually changes when you actually just take the time to read the material, and it touches you in a way that conventional material doesn't, where you know that feeling when you know that you're definitely reading something that has some sort of deep intrinsic value, right? Sometimes we miss that and we just go for what the world has said about a person, but then things change when you actually look at the material yourself, and it's like, oh man, yeah, this is definitely this is definitely something
Yeah,
else,
yeah,
right?
no, it's like which I guess they don't teach a lot anymore, but the ability to just objectively look at an idea before you judge it, take it in and mull over, just sort of let it absorb a second, and then start to reason through it and say, does it make sense? Not because, oh, you need to read this and check this out. And I did that with a lot of just Western philosophers and their work. And some of it's really good, but then some of it that's like the most popular that people say, oh, this is the whole fields have been created on this person's theories. And then I'm listening to, I'm like, no, it's not. but that ability to do that, where as opposed to just taking, being told what to think about something, you actually, critically go through it yourself and be able to make your own decision.
Yeah, of course. It's always worth doing that. And you might come away with an understanding that is in line with the conventional thinking. Oh yeah, okay, this person, had a lot of strange ideas, but you're very often going to come away with something that you learned that's important, right? Regardless of how corrupt the source is or whatnot. But anyway, I definitely recommend at least getting through some of Leadbeater's books and his articles and essays. So this essay that I'm going to read a small excerpt from, Vegetarianism and Occultism, definitely worth your time to read. There's a section of this essay on vegetarianism and occultism, and it's called Less Animal Passion. Now, we've been talking about how food affects your behavior, how food affects your mind, okay? And this is what Leadbeater has to say about how the habit of eating meat, right, and flesh foods influences the passions, okay? So that's what he's talking about. Okay, so because the eating of dead bodies leads to indulgence in drink and increases animal passions in man, Mr. H.B. Fowler, who has studied and lectured on dipsomania for 40 years, forgive the old lingo, dipsomania, that's alcoholism, drinking, right? Being an alcoholic. Dipsomania for 40 years declares that the use of flesh foods, by the excitation that it exercises on the nervous system, prepares the way for habits of intemperance in everything. And the more flesh is consumed, the more serious is the danger of confirmed alcoholism. It's readers aside, it's interesting. You probably imagined at some point that this very comfortable relationship that meat and red wine or some sort of beer or alcohol at the dinner table as some sort of high class, fancy, snobby, sophisticated way of eating your meals. Imagine that was just some sort of human thing that we did for some reason. No, it's because meat has this type of effect on your body where it locks you into this lower vibrational state where you're looking for more stimulation. And the two of those things just, they complement each other very well. And it started to become a staple in culture. The steak and wine, right? Steak and wine. The hilarious thing is that is given a badge of refinement and, culinary refinement. It's just, it's a weird thing, right? You've got this dead body on you. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, continuing. I mean, it's civilized. Okay. Danger of confirmed alcoholism. Many experienced physicians have made similar experiments and wisely act on them in their treatment of dipsomaniacs. The lower part of man's nature is undoubtedly intensified by the habit of feeding upon corpses. I am going to read that sentence one more time. The lower part of man's nature is undoubtedly intensified by the habit of feeding upon corpses. Even after eating a full meal of such horrible material, a man still feels unsatisfied, for he is still conscious of a vague, uncomfortable sense of want, and consequently he suffers greatly from nervous strain. This craving is the hunger of bodily tissues which cannot be renewed by the poor stuff offered to them as food. To satisfy this vague craving, or rather to appease these restless nerves, oh my gosh, appease these restless nerves so that it will no longer be felt, recourse is often had to stimulants, readers aside, like alcohol. Sometimes alcoholic beverages are taken. Sometimes an attempt is made to allay these feelings with black coffee. Readers aside, there was a bunch of comments in your comment feed about someone had mentioned, using coffee. Is it really that bad? My answer is yes. It is that bad. Stay away from coffee. It has no place in any human's diet whatsoever. It should go the way of the dodo bird. Okay, sometimes alcoholic beverages are taken. Sometimes an attempt is made to allay these feelings with black coffee, and at other times strong tobacco is used in the endeavor to soothe the irritated, exhausted nerves. Here we have the beginning of intemperance. For in the majority of cases, intemperance began in the attempt to allay the alcoholic stimulants, the vague, uncomfortable sense of want, which follows the eating of impoverished food that does not feed. That's not the end of the section, but the rest of the section and the rest of the essay is equally as stirring and powerful and compelling, right? It is very, very much worthwhile reading. And so what the main element that I think I want to stress in this is that lower order foods, what they tend to do is they tend to lock you into the lowest aspects of yourself and the lowest aspects of your psyche as a human being. They lock you into sensuality, right? Into being enslaved by the tyranny of the senses. And they take you away, they pull you away from the sensitivity of mind and the sensitivity of emotion that connect you to the higher and more glorious aspects of what it means to be alive as a human being. So this is a big problem because when you are locked into the lowest aspects of yourself, it means that you are locked into the lowest base level, instinctual level drives that will start to compel the majority of your behaviors. You start to become, and again, I know that this might be offensive to hear, but I don't know of any better way to say it besides just straight up saying it. When you clean up your body and you clean up your lifestyle in terms of your relationship to food and you remove these pernicious influences, you become, for lack of a better term, a better human being. I know that's very insulting to hear. That might be taboo, but what do you want me to say? There's the difference between someone in grade 2 and someone in grade 8 is that the grade 8 is just a bit more mature, right? They're both equally valuable. There's nothing wrong. You're not saying that grade 2s are bad or evil, right? It's just a different level of understanding and mental maturity of mind. Okay. You simply will grow into a better person when you remove these elements from your diet, because your thinking and your emotionality will be cleaner. Right. And this is this esoteric understanding that reaches far back into antiquity, where they understood very, very well that you cannot the gates to spiritual development are closed and barred to those who do not have the basic level of maturity and responsibility to clean up their diets. Right? That was an understanding that reached far back into antiquity. And this is something that we've lost today. We want to imagine that we can be spiritually connected and just eat garbage. Right? It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And so Leadbeater was no stranger to this type of information, where he knew very, very, very well that there is no such thing as spiritual development if you can't look after your body. None. Because your mind and your emotional self will not be able to deal with the weight of responsibility that true spiritual advancement demands of you. Yeah. So take a look at that essay for people listening. You're really gonna enjoy it. And I hope that gave you just another perspective on this. I think that's pretty much it. Now this slide I think I missed. I should have gone into this a little earlier. Just 2 seconds though. You guys my screen is still being shared, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of how foods that have drug-like effects, right? How they influence you. They can influence you in 2 different ways. Okay, so there are 2 ways that drugs or food with drug-like effects alter your neurochemistry. So I was talking about the terms earlier before, neurotransmitters and dopamine and serotonin and whatnot. All these neurotransmitters. And so the way that bad food, like the corpses that Leadbeater is talking about, when you eat corpses, right? How that affects your neurochemistry, it can do it in 2 ways. So the first way is mimicry. Some substances can pretend to be one of the naturally produced neurotransmitters, right? They can pretend. They do it by mimicry. So they, maybe if you have let's just say you have a cell and you have a receptor site for a particular hormone, then some other, mimicker can come and take over that receptor and excite the cell in a way that's very similar, but you haven't actually received the true signal from a real hormone produced by your body, right? So that's one way that drugs or foods can affect your neurochemistry, is by this mimicry. And the other way that they can do that is by tampering. So some substances will change the quantities of neurotransmitters that are naturally produced by your body by either ramping up the production of those neurotransmitters or by impairing their reabsorption. So some element comes into your body and it excites you, right? And the instructions that it gives your nervous system are produce dopamine, produce just don't stop producing dopamine, right? It can have that effect. Or it can also say, of the dopamine that your body naturally produces, it tells your cells, okay, don't shut it off. There's no reabsorption of the dopamine. So the dopamine gets released into the system, but then it doesn't get absorbed back, back into its kind of dormant state. That doesn't happen. So those are the 2 different ways that foods and foods with drug-like effects can influence your neurochemistry. It's these 2 different ways. And now again, so excuse me, I should have given that earlier when I was talking about the terms and whatnot. But yeah, that's pretty much it, I believe. And I think we went through some of these slides earlier. Whoops, no, okay, that's an irrelevant slide. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's it for these things. So yeah, did you have any thoughts on that? That might
what is the giraffe theme?
It's nothing. Whenever I'm putting together these slides, sometimes I just start making stuff up. I have no idea how this would be useful as a thumbnail or what topic I could be possibly talking about that this thumbnail would be useful for. But I was just messing around, and yeah, it turned up at the end of it. Yeah. So it really is absolutely nothing. It's just me having fun.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I can stop sharing my screen now, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So first of all, thank you for letting me share all that. And yeah, it was any thoughts that you had while going through that? Anything that you felt you wanted to share, that you were polite enough to let me keep going? And
oh, no, I mean, I pretty much got my piece in there about what, and we had covered that pretty good as far as the mental it's like a trap. This mentalism thing that was just as you pointed out in many spiritual circles. It's this trap of everything is just about mental. You can almost look in society and see, and this would be interesting to theorize on even why this happens, but it's almost typical to see people unbalanced. Mm-hmm. You see there's a type of person that becomes infatuated with and dedicates their life to the body.
Right.
You got those people, the gym folks. You try to ask them a critical question. They couldn't think their way out of a paper box. They have not done anything to strengthen their mind, but boy, can they do 400-pound bench press with ease. So you got those guys, and then you got the spiritual guys that have worked on their astral projection in their bodies and the meditation, and they sort of can have sometimes some extrasensory perceptions and things like that, but they oftentimes have an attitude of, the body doesn't matter. It's only a vehicle for a little while. Your soul is what's important, your spirit and all this kind of stuff. And they get lost in that.
Right.
And, then you get the mind people, the academics we were looking at earlier, all the folks that are, let's analyze the numbers. We're not going to believe anything until we just look at the numbers. Let's test things. It's got to be scientifically sound and make sense logically with whatever my current system paradigm that I'm using. It needs to logically make sense to that. So you got the mind people. And so to strive to have a true balance of body, mind, and spirit, I think that is you can tease that out in the esoteric traditions, but for whatever reason it got missed, and I'm not. It's interesting to me. I'm not sure if you have any theories on why does that happen? Why is there this thing where a tendency for people to really get immersed into one of the three and disregard the other two?
Yeah. Well, it's like it's almost this natural evolutionary I don't like using that word, but conscious evolutionary process where we have to kind of go through this period where we're a little bit lost in just the physical portion, the physical understanding. It's almost as if we spent a lot of time in the spiritual and religious interpretation of reality. All right, went through a long swath of time where we did that, where that was the dominant paradigm.
Mm-hmm.
Spent a lot of time there, got a lot of stuff wrong, and then around the Enlightenment, there was this period of let's say from 1400 to around 1700. Sorry, 1300 to around to around the 1700s, right? And you've got this stretch of time where that started to change, and we started to be much more interested in pulling away from the godly interpretation of things to this worldly, myopic, physically oriented interpretation of how reality works. And I think it's just a matter of time before we spend enough time learning from all the mistakes of being so myopically focused on the worldly.
And that's the Western tradition.
Yeah,
because there's other parts of the world doing other stuff, but that is, it got into this the reason. That became the magic word of this couple centuries, reason and rationality.
Yeah, of course. And it's this paradigm that has kind of made its way around around the world, really, in terms of like the human collective psyche, collective conscience, or collective unconscious, I could say, where we seem to not like. It's almost as if all those years being straddled under the yoke of a religious tyranny, a religious authority. Okay, we had this crushing religious authority that just came down on any attempts for human individuality, human freedom, even if those attempts were perfectly in their moral right to do. There's would be a religious authority that just squashed you, right? So it's almost as if after all that time, we developed this yearning to be free from that, right? To be free. And it's like, no, we want to express my natural freedom to be a human and make my own choices and whatnot, and do my own thing, which is a good drive to respond to, which is a good impetus to respond to. But it's almost as if in our readiness to be free of religious authority and tyranny, that we took the complete opposite end of the pendulum swing, and then we took our individuality and misinterpreted it as a right to conduct our freedom of choice, to do and eat and live in any way we want with no rules, save for the rules that we impose on our own selves with our own fallible conscious theoretical ideas or whatnot, or man-made superstitions that we come up with, or ways to rationalize or justify our behavior to ourselves. We made the mistake of thinking that just because a religious authority had straddled human progress for several hundreds of years, we made the mistake of thinking that there is not a higher authority that you must obey, okay, that has given us these laws of creation that we have no choice but to be bound by, and the whole set of physiological laws that you and I are interested in observing and in being respectful of. These are part of those laws that people have felt that they wanted to be free of. They didn't like the idea of authority at all,
I mean, it kind of goes back to that Dark Triad we were looking at earlier, where you have humans that are degenerating down into the narcissistic, Machiavellian, those elements, to the point of, because another viewpoint or angle at it is humans' desire to conquer nature, to try to control and be better than nature. And that takes an awful lot of narcissism and Machiavellianism and all of those negative type of, and psychopathy, to create the kind of machines and the logic that is post-industrial world. To go out here like, oh yeah, let's paper, let's go cut down all these trees, and they might grow back one day. Let's go cut down these rainforests. I mean, you would never conceive of doing something like that if you were starting from a baseline of the respect of nature, trying to connect from that angle, and so I think a lot of that post Renaissance era type of mindset, it took a lot of the people that were in the power positions, it took in that direction of control. And my theory there is, when you have humans that are losing control physiologically to the extent that we have, then they try to impose control in other areas of reality. And I see this sometimes. An example that pops in my mind is sometimes like the 1950s Thanksgiving, just that whole, that proper, everything is perfect, like OCD. Every little thing in the home is so clean. They scrub everything so good, but then they're eating parasite-filled dead animal, and their insides are totally putrid. Then they, in their 40s, they get a stroke or a heart attack, and they say, why, God, why did I go through this? Because they thought that they could control their environment. They were looking in the wrong places. And so I see that this desire to control, this desire to try to dominate, that's very much does come out of, you say, the mimicry. When you have humans that have eaten the dead animal flesh for so long, and again, so many of them they want to be these animals that are very sick and uncomfortable. If you were to talk to this lion over here, if you were able to just communicate with, so how do you feel? Just if you ever just look at them, like they don't look like they feel good. But people, they start to fetishize this. Like, I want to be a big bear. I want to be, this kind of thing. Whereas we're like, what about wanting to be human? And actually be human, not what we are, but like a real human. To actually aspire to that would be great. But they get lost in the animal kingdom fetishization of just wanting to really connect with that. And kind of what you were describing reminded me of the back to nature Renaissance, late 1800s, and where they wanted to, in a response to the industrialization of that time and the new burgeoning middle class and that whole type of lifestyle. These were people that were like, man, we don't want to do this. We'll just go off into the woods. We'll be naked. We'll eat fruit, and we'll live that life. And that those things start off cool, but then what traditionally happens is, at some point, pus and mucus gets back in there, and then you end up culminating in what happened in the 1960s with the so-called hippies, where now you got the LSD in there, and everybody is having sex with anything that moves, and and it's like now and then people are they're back to eating whatever they feel like. The fruitarian and the vegetarian type of consciousness is gone, and then it dies off. In the 60s, that was it, and so now, we're gonna do all those things differently. Learn from that. But yeah,
and as what I was talking about earlier, it kind of sounded like I was saying that this is a natural progression for human consciousness, and I do believe that there is some validity there, in terms of these are grand cycles that I think that we go through. However, we cannot discount the influence that the ruling class, right? The kind of the elites that have always been at the helm of guiding society in a certain direction. This kind of mental disease that we've got now, it has been largely a conditioned response, all right, by a ruling class, all right, by groups and pockets and cabals of individuals with immense understanding of how nature works, how your mind works, how the human psyche works, who were very, very skilled at being able to manipulate individuals who accrued power over many, 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 many hundreds of years. And they've always been in control, and that's never changed. And so over time, what happened was a growing urge, a growing willingness to completely control society from the top down. And literally, the whole Luciferian ideology, where they wanted to take God out of the picture, which is where this impulse came, to break free from the religious society, right? The Reformation, you had the Reformation in the 1500s, and then the Protestant Reformation, the 30 Years' War from 1618 to 1648, I believe. This period of time where there's just this upheaval in changing this paradigm of religious authority and breaking away from that, where this secular humanist wave started to burgeon. And when I say secular humanism, what does that mean? Secular meaning away from anything religious or anything theological. And humanism is this philosophy where it is not God's or nature's laws that are worthy of being revered. It is not these that you look after. It is human thinking is the highest echelon of value. Human thinking is what you base your life on, right? So everything is human generated, right? This is what humanism is. So it kind of ignores the laws of nature and the laws of God, and it says only human thinking is superior, right? That is the most superior thing that you could be guided by in life. And so it was these individuals, these groups, right? These groups of, I'm going to say, world engineers, psychological manipulators who have always clamored and yearned for power and control over populations, in searching for better ways to completely dominate and control life and become quote unquote gods themselves. It was good of them to restructure the thinking of individuals such that they were locked in physicality and hamstrung by this myopic view of how to gain knowledge, by understanding and making us believe that knowledge is only to be found in the world of effects here on the physical. It's only there's no God, there's no order, there's no structure. It's just this randomness, the Darwinian thing, which is why the elites jumped on the Darwinian principle, because it took God out of the picture. Oh my God, you mean all of creation, all of nature, all of space and time and whatnot? That's all just random elements colliding haphazardly into each other, and that's what created the universe? Wonderful. Let's get everybody to believe that, so that they feel completely neutered and disempowered in their lives. There's nothing behind you, nothing in the backdrop supporting you, no essence, no strong set of natural laws guiding you. No, none of that. It's just, you're just an animal. How many times have you heard that from this crowd? You're just an animal. Do what you want. Do what you no rules. Good and evil, subjective. Make them up as you go. So it was advantageous for these manipulators to slowly bleed into society this mindset where they were starting to orient all of their thinking around only the physical and sensual pleasures in life, right? Only the physical elements that make up your ability to understand anything. And in doing that, they severed your connection to the highest glorious aspects of human value, which is the spiritual component, right? And being separated from that, it makes you more easily controlled. It makes you easily manipulated. It makes you dumb. It separates you and severs you from knowledge, right? From essential knowledge. And so it was expedient for them to do that. And so they started to slowly inculcate into society this obsession with physicality. After the Reformation, and then through the Enlightenment, you had that whole Enlightenment period, okay, from the mid 1300s all the way to the 1700s, where Freemasonry popped back up onto the scene, okay, and then really started to insidiously work itself into the institutions. So during that time, that's when this was starting to build up, right? Slowly dripping into society, this mindset of materialism. And then throughout the Enlightenment, you had complete reorganizing of society. And then later on, it just went crazy. And now we're in this world where we completely impugn and disdain anything that has to do with natural science. And imagine that if you have any knowledge, it has to be rigorously tested by peer-reviewed studies, and it's just, we're kind of handicapped by this impetus. So
as you say that
as well,
it's interesting because I almost see too, it's almost as if they've created a structure where, because I think the main word is control from the top down, because people are trying to control their realities and they think that they have certain levels of control, but then you got the overlords and the slave drivers level of control. But as you say that, because there still exists so much religiosism and that dominant, because for me, it's almost like I almost would take my chance with the with the secular humanism type of thing than the intense religiosism of at least of the sort of the Christian history. But it's a lot of these, I mean, I wouldn't want to be a part of the Roman or the Greek the religions, any of these guys, like all these sort of state-sponsored kind of theological structures and things, where, because I've often said, to me, I try hard to find a religion that is not based on control, to control the body, mind, and spirit, and desires, and whatever other person, that either beat them down. And it could go in any direction, where it could go in the direction of forcing somebody to try to be guilty of their, however they feel, or their desires. And then you can go in the opposite direction and say that like, no, it's all about the, free, do everything, do it. It's all, it's like, and it's just packaging these messages in various ways, but it's almost as if they exist simultaneously to catch whoever would be, because somebody is looking for a spirituality, and if they get caught up in one of these little of one control system, and they say, hey, come on over here, and they get into that, or they or they think that they're doing something real free, and there's this new age guru, let me check that out, and it's as opposed to taking the time to have your own solitude and go and discover for yourself, as opposed to being told what to think or how to feel, or because it happens on all those different levels. And unless you go and use the technology where you have the physiological technology that we have, or the spiritual technology that we have, to go be a source, be your own primary source, where you actually experienced it. And then there is no arguing, there's no debate, and you've had these experiences. And what we found is we've found tools in the art of fasting, cleaning your diet up. There's things that in a scientific, like repetitious manner, when people apply those principles, then we start to go through similar transformations, for physical, body, mind, and spirit, and the behavior, the mindset, the behavior, all these things start to change. But we can only talk about our experiences, and you can see it, but until you actually experience it and go through the process yourself, it's like the talking doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. It's, you can, we're talking about how food affects your mind, right? Like that's what we're drawing on. I know that we're getting into a lot of stuff that's related, but not directly about on our original subject. But all this is quite relevant, right? It is quite relevant. I touched on, I would highly recommend that if you haven't seen it, I have a video on a lecture, a presentation, I should say, on my channel called Self-Mastery. Very, very highly recommend people check that out. That, in my opinion, answers a lot of questions by default. And it definitely ties into what we're talking about here, because if you don't have that type of discernment that you're talking about, if you're not interested in looking after your health and whatnot, you do yourself a grave disservice, because you're just going to be working against your own development. And when you have, so tying all this in, what we were saying, right? Essentially, what we're getting at is that because throughout time the world has been structured in the way it has, and giving us this orientation that we're still suffering from now, it's made us slave to the tyranny of the senses. And so everything is sense indulgence. You recognize how all problems, I can't say all, but many of the problems that we face in society are all problems of excess food, excess stimulation, excess this, excess that. Okay. So it's all like sensory overload.
What's the new one that they got us on this?
Yeah, exactly. This
all day
scrolling all day, just sensory overload. It's always an indulgence of sensory material. That's what this paradigm has locked us into. And so our eating definitely feels that sickness of overindulgence. And so when we do that, when we have this overindulgence, what happens is it starts to affect our mind, our emotions, okay, our other bodies, like I was talking about earlier. It locks you into the baser instincts, the lower instincts. So it makes you, it makes you more like a sex hungry, right? Their sexual centers are just kind of like animalistic or bestial. That's one effect. Again, check out the video that I was just telling you about, self-mastery, on my channel, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Being locked into that lower self, it also means that you're very instinctually driven with food. you'll just go ravenously taking any food that excites the senses, and you'll be led by that, and you will believe that that is the best thing for your survival, because that's the mindset that we've been trained to operate under. And it will mess up your behavior on all levels, head to toe. It'll mess up all your behavior. And so the world all around you has been designed in this way to particularly do this to you, to lock you into a lifestyle where your behavior is not your own. Your behavior is some other perversion or adulteration of what it actually means to be a fully functional human, right? So it's in your best interests to start really seriously paying attention to this, whether it's one of your interests or not. Okay, because here's what I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you, if this is not one of your interests, but you start making changes, everything that you are actually interested in, the quality of those things will just be better in your life. Every aspect of your functioning in this reality is improved when you take the basic steps to come out of sensual addiction to sensual pleasures, right, is something that we've been trained to do. And it takes away our vitality. It takes away our human value. There's more to the picture beyond the rampant sensory indulgences. I should say that when you eat naturally, your sensory pleasures are not. It's not that you have to sacrifice them. No. The stuff that you eat when you're eating cleanly and your nervous system is reconfigured properly. Oh man, nature's good. God's good. The stuff that you eat is fantastic, but it's just that it can be corrupted if you abuse those centers in the way that nature did not intend for them to be abused. So don't make the mistake of thinking that you're giving up something.
Right. Well, and what people have to live to experience is whatever they're eating now, whatever they're addicted to, or I talked to a lot of people that are like that they're like, I like what you're saying, but I could never get off of cheese.
Right.
I don't think I could ever stop eating meat. And we get that, and we know that that's not the person talking. That's not the human talking. That is their addiction.
Yes.
Okay. And so you just sort of like a child that doesn't. You're just okay. Yeah, I understand. I get you. But what you do, if you clean that stuff, the residue and all that stuff out of your body, you get to a point where not only do you not crave or want those things, but they make you sick. You don't want them ever again. If you do go back and try it, it doesn't get you high in the same way. And that's something that it's hard for people to understand when they're in the grip of that addiction, is when you get off of these foods and you do it properly and you do it long enough and you go back, it's not going to get you high in the same way. You've reconfigured your nervous system and your bloodstream to the point where you go back, you eat this stuff, you're like, ugh, how could I have even ever eaten this? And that alone will then show you how much of an addiction those foods were.
Right.
That you just would have never really thought of in that way until you're like, oh yeah, okay. Like this is something that you do not only do you not need it, as the nutritional marketers would tell you, they are the thing that is dulling your senses. It's making you sick.
Yeah.
There is no paradox. That's what they want you to believe. There's this paradox where, well, you got to eat such and such, but those same things that you got to eat in their studies even may be the cause of X number of diseases and ailments. And what we're saying is there is no paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you eat is not ever supposed to cause these diseases.
Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of reminded of because we all browse the internet. We like to watch videos from all different types of lecturers and educators out there, or just characters and personalities, on YouTube. And you watch a whole bunch of people, you get a bunch of different ideas, and it's funny sometimes. Like, I can tell you, a lot of the plant-based lecturers and internet personalities that you come across, some of them you watch a lecture, and I'm not going to name names, but there are a couple where it's just like, okay, welcome to the channel. All right, so this study, they found study, and this study, and this study, and this study. Okay, thanks. And just you watching. I didn't learn anything. It's just this kind of blitz of studies, and the thing is, the opinion changes so fast. Like all in 2 years, you might have a completely different understanding. And then 2 years down the road again, you'll have another completely different understanding. Oh, that thing that we advocated last year. Oh, well, that changes now.
Yeah,
this changes now. Oh, well, a new study just discovered this new element. And so, maybe that means that we shouldn't be eating that thing that we talked about 2 years ago. And maybe we'll introduce this and such and such. And so I think what I'm trying to get at is, if you are not structured by sound principles of diet, if your mind isn't rooted in particular foundations, then what will happen inevitably is you'll be one of those people that say I'm confused about diet, because you don't have principles, right? You don't have foundations to lock yourself into, all right, and orient yourself around those principles. And so then you'll be like these people are just, I don't know, it's just, I gotta wait for the studies to come out to know what's good to eat.
Yeah,
or
the people that just it's almost like you start talking to them about diet and nutrition, and they just automatically they just start talking about calories and nutrients and
all this
kind of stuff, and they don't even know what they're talking about. They just heard somebody say it. And it's like, that's the one that gets to me. But I'm like,
I know. You knew so many people like that. My he'll kill me for saying it, but my brother will very often do that. Like, if the first several things that he'll say as a description of why he eats a certain food, right away for sure, it's a whole slew of biochemical terms and whatnot that you would have no way of corroborating at any time ever, right, for yourself. It's just you just have to put your faith in the science and hope, right? And that's one way to go about structuring your eating. But there are other more natural ways that you'd want to balance those understandings with, instead of just plainly going off of, well, the study says this about this one individual neurotransmitter or chemical, and I'm going to eat this entire matrix of food because of what this study says about this one thing. I should have said, when we were talking about the neurotransmitters, there are around 300 or more neurotransmitters that are not recognized yet by science. Okay, we only deal with 16, 20 or so neurotransmitters that we have the tools to be able to recognize,
talk about, and
there's hundreds, guys. Okay, like, there's hundreds. Who knows how these foods are influencing your biochemistry? We don't know. People don't know. There's all sorts of influences out there. The majority of influences are operating in parameters that we have not yet investigated. Right? That I can tell you 100%. Right? We're operating from this. There's this that's really going on. We don't know.
And to me, that's probably the biggest problem of the whole thing, is that the lack of that attitude, the lack of because see, the old school, at least in the 1800s, and that tradition that Eric's coming out of, and a lot of the natural hygienists, there was an acknowledgement of, okay, we don't know everything, but here's some important principles that we do know, and so here's a framework from which we can, we can go start from.
Right.
But with the narcissistic modern day science paradigms, it's all very like, oh, it's handled already. Oh, we figured that out. Yeah, protein, nutrition. Did you get this? And but then it gets into, again, now you bring in the marketing, you bring in the people that are trying to sell the supplements, the people that are trying to sell you Captain Crunch as a balanced breakfast. And it just gets into this the gobbledygook. And because I would say, what I always encourage people to do is to, I'm an advocate of Professor Arnold Ehret's work and that framework and paradigm, and to test things from that filter. So you coming from a filter of perpetual motion, air, gas, engine, the human body. Like when you were talking about the mind earlier, I thought about that, where the one thing that you can't, it's like, yeah, you could be real hungry, you made your food, somebody calls and you're like, oh man, I gotta go, and your hunger goes away. But I bet one thing you didn't stop doing was breathing. I bet your mind didn't make you forget to do that. So that's the primary thing. So when you use that as a jumping off point, as that is the primary thing in our life, that's our primary nutrition, is going to be breath. And for breath to function properly, the body has to be unencumbered, has to be free of obstructions and constipations. Vitality equals power minus obstruction. Now let's go check out some of these theories and some of these studies, and maybe create some studies that's based on that foundation, that's based on understanding breath first as the primary in terms of the mechanism, the mechanics of the vehicle that we're in. Then you start analyzing elimination. So as opposed to, we call the nutrition theories the additive principle, this concept of constantly needing to replenish things in the body, as opposed to observing the importance and the primacy of elimination. Because with every breath we're eliminating, we're cleaning our body with every breath. We should be cleaning our body with every bite. With the food, with the fruit, we're cleaning our body. With the vegetables, we're cleaning our body. We're not cleaning our body with meat. We're not cleaning our body with cheese. And so it's definitely a different paradigm. But that's, I always encourage people to, even if you don't agree with or believe in Ehret's work or that type of mindset, but like, check it out. And put it to the test, put those ideas to the test to see, maybe that paradigm makes more sense than Atwater calorie theory.
Right. Well, and you look at, if you go back to the 1800s, early 1900s, a lot of solid information you can get from those times. But in terms of like the scientific world, it was a newly developing field, right? The scientific approach to understanding it, and you'll find all sorts of stuff that is just totally wrong, right? Totally wrong in science, and we've made a lot of progression in terms of our scientific understanding of how the world works, or how the elements of the world work. So there was tons of it that was wrong, but in Ehret's case, where he's operating under the type of hygienic mindset, right? Trying to glean how nature works based on how it's being reproduced in the world. And he used an assessment, comes up with his formula, right? The vitality is, power minus obstruction, right? And it's this, so you gain a formula, you gain a principle, right? You learn a principle. And look at the difference. in terms of scientific understandings, we have all these ideas that were just completely wrong. And now, and in the middle of the century, more popped up and now are still wrong. And then today we've got some that are wrong, will be corrected in many years. But that formula, right, that's going to be undeniably correct from now till the end of time. That will never change. As long as there are organisms on planet Earth, as long as there are humans on Earth, that formula will never change because it describes a natural principle.
Right.
And that natural principle is immutable. It's unchangeable. And if you base your learning and building your learning off of solid principles, not just science that has no rooting in natural science, if you base your rooting in natural science and build other supplementary ideas on top of that, you will be in a much better place to be able to become a more holistically thinking individual. And if you're asking me, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
You know, but I see that as just such a huge glaring difference, right? How that one idea, right? That one principle that he teaches, that is timeless. That is absolutely timeless. And you cannot say the same thing about scientific study. These are not timeless. These are always subject to change. They're because you're never operating from some actual objective, valuable principle in nature. It's just you're operating on the little bits that you can see in the physical world, but that ignores too much to be able to be consummate, right?
Right. And when they've built theory, when they had a really messed up foundation, but they continued to build theories on top of it to this day, and then nobody looked back. Like I always have to harp on the protein theory, and you got this sadistic Francois Magendie starving dogs, doing these torturing dogs, and then we're gonna base an entire theory called protein on these sadistic experiments. And Francois, he was even like sanctioned by the government. It got so bad that they told him, okay, you need to stop, bro.
Yeah.
You know, but people don't know that. So they're espousing a theory that needs to be scrapped from the foundation of it.
Mm-hmm.
But even the vegans and the raw food folks and everybody, they are that they cannot get away from those theories. You know, the conditioning is so deep. They do not want to move away from these concepts. And so that's what makes us kind of controversial, because we're like, man, let's scrap that. Like, you don't need that.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not what's because with any concept or theory, just I will ask objectively, well, what's the usefulness of it? Is it useful? So if the theory is useful, okay. And like you said, Eric, that's gonna be useful today, tomorrow, and stand the test of time.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of these, like the calorie theory, I know very few people that count their so-called calories. They don't talk about it until you challenge their realm of nutrition or something. Then all of a sudden they're talking about, well, you got to get enough calories. Well, how many do you don't count yours?
Yeah.
And and then this, don't get me started on how problematic that entire theoretical framework is.
Oh, I know.
But but it's so that, I don't know, for me, that's definitely something that I'm passionate about, trying to get people to not just think what I think or believe what I believe, but to encourage people to think your way through, which does require research and interrogating these things that you didn't even know was a theory.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't even realize that protein's a theory and the calorie is a theory, and that these modern nutritional concepts are all theories.
Right.
And to really challenge them. And I always encourage people, if you want a formula to do that, well, look at the history of it first. So read up on the history, and then kind of reason through without getting too deep into the weeds, just sort of reason through it yourself. And what you start to find is so much of this stuff has just been built on horrible theories that lead us to exactly where we are right now in terms of not understanding the fundamental cause of human illness and suffering.
Right.
Which is not supposed to be that challenging. It's not supposed to be that some kind of thing you need a degree to understand. It's very simple.
I know. Yeah, it's not supposed to be hard at all. It's supposed to be very easy, intuitive, and basic, right? And it's hard. I think it's hard for people to let go. I think this is a difficulty. It's just hard for people to let go of trying to exert such rigorous control over their lives by concepts, heady human concepts that they feel that they must have in order to structure their lives accordingly. I don't think that it was intended for us to have such heady concepts just to be able to live effortlessly, right? It's a lot easier than I think most people want to believe, and to let go of those concepts and just, okay, surrender to the way that you are naturally intuited. That's the wrong way to describe it. The way that your intuition naturally leads you and pulls you to conduct your life, you're likely to make less mistakes if you just operate by that paradigm, right? You're just likely to make way less mistakes. Once you start adding all the concepts and the heady superstitions and all the scientism that you were talking about, you start messing up, right? Basically,
I think and we can train, because I wrote an article on the balance of intellect versus intuition, and how early on your intuition can be obstructed and compromised because of what you've been eating and because of where you are, but your mind is also can be compromised. But the process of transitioning to a point where you start to clean these things up, and you go, and for some people they rely a little more on their intellect. And I'm not talking about the science intellect, but just your ability to think through, like, okay, I'm craving this thing on an intellectual level. I know that this is good for nothing, yet I still crave it. What can I do? Because my intuition isn't necessarily going to be as helpful right here, because I'm addicted to this. You know, I'm addicted to this coffee, or I'm addicted to this whatever, this Rice Krispie treats, or whatever it is. So what can I do? So that's where the mind can be really helpful to help you organize a strategy, whether it be like, we like lemon juice and distilled water enemas. Some people hate us for that. But whether it's organizing your day where you're going to clean your colon out, or you get into some certain kind of a fruit fast, or you do this, or whatever it is, that is some intellect. It takes some reasoning to organize a path out of that. The result of that, as you get cleaner and cleaner, and you start to get away from those addictions and those things, now your intuition is freed up to really lead the way now, but and I find that the people that really have the most success find the balance of both, because you want to be able to think through things and analyze your experiences within this framework and this context, because then that's going to help you improve your practice. But then you also learn how to let go and be and feel things and have that intuitive thing. And I've noticed, like, some people, if they're more empathic, or they come from that realm, they can have be a little more difficult for them to think through and problem solve and critically think through the experience of their transition and what they're doing and that kind of stuff. And then vice versa, people that are too much in their head, when it comes time for them to feel their way through something, it's like foreign to them. They're like, this is kind of uncomfortable if I can't think through every little element of it. but I think that's part of the art of, I call it the art of the transition, the art of practicing this way of life, is you learn how to do those things, or you can have both, the intellect and the intuition, and they combine very effectively.
Yeah, that's very well said. Yeah, that's very well said. And I think that's the intention, right? Like that's the intention of nature when she's nurturing us to through this conscious development, right? This conscious evolutionary process where we are becoming, our thinking and our feeling and our lives are becoming more spiritualized and in line with proper natural principles. I think that's an important aspect that we have to be mindful of, to remember, where it's not that intellectualism is bad. It's just that it's an element of that makes us up as a whole human being. And if your foundation, okay, so like I was talking about earlier, if your foundations are rooted in natural principles, okay, like we were saying, like vitality equals power minus obstruction, right? Principles like that, and there are many, there's hundreds of different principles that you can use to structure your thinking around. And then you can use intellectualism to work with those laws and principles, work with them, work with physiological or dietetic laws, right? And use some intellectualism to be able to do things that, may not have been exactly as you would find them in nature, but you're using your understanding of these principles to work in harmony with them and not antagonistic to them. And your intelligence supplements your understanding. And that is a beautiful thing, because that's where the art, I know you've mentioned it many times, right? You always talk about the art of transitional eating, right? The art of healing. It's an art because it requires time, it requires learning, it requires experience in, first of all, understanding and taking on these principles of how health works, but then using intellectualism to not, very carefully and delicately, so as to not get in the way of nature's healing impetus, but to actually just work with it, right? The river is flowing down the mountain. You don't want to try to swim sideways or up. Go with it. Go with the flow. But if you have some intelligence, you can go with the flow, and then maybe use your intelligence to navigate around some boulders or bricks or more debris or whatnot. And so you're not interfering in the flow, in the process, right? And that's the healthy use of intellectualism and natural intuitive knowledge. And if we can get to that place, then we're not going to be making these mistakes. We're not going to be conducting our lives such that our behavior, and I think you mentioned it earlier, is our behavior isn't even our own. Our behavior is just this other pathological force that's being created by the waste products and the effects of the silly things that we eat. And so our behavior is like half us, half something else, some other beast, some other entity. But we start to commandeer our lives properly and work with the flow, and now we can actually use our intellectualism constructively, not antagonistic to nature. And that's, I think, what we're really trying to go for, so that we're eating and living and acting and behaving all in harmony with the highest principles, right?
And that dovetails good into, got a couple Eric quotes here myself. So this is out of the Physical Fitness Through a Superior Diet, Fasting, and Dietetics, also religious concept of physical, spiritual, and mental dietetics. And I think my version of this is the only one that's in print right now, because this is one of the many lost Eric writings that went out of print years ago. So this section here It says we need a purifying of the brain through fasting to recognize, as did the prophets of old, the revelation. You cannot pass the gate watched over by the angel with the flaming sword until you have gone through the purgatory, cleansing fire of fasting and a diet of healing. A cleansing, a physiological purifying of by the flame of life in your own body. During thousands of years, no one has escaped the struggle of death caused by an unnatural life, and you will eventually have to face it someday. All disease of humankind, both mental and physical, ever since the dawn of civilization, have the same foundational cause, regardless of what the symptoms may be. It is without exception one and the same general condition, a oneness of all disease, namely waste, foreign matter, filth, mucus, and its poisons. And
boom. Oh, man, I love hearing just raw, unadulterated truth, man. Like those are powerful words. Like I just love it. Love listening to that. Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, heck yeah. I mean, we all have this capacity to just know innately when you're hearing something true. You get that impression. That's one of the when I went through all of Eric's material, man, I was just getting that, and it was just you're reading it, and it's you're hearing the words, or not hearing, but you're reading the words, and yeah, you read a lot of stuff throughout the day, but then there's some sentences, so they touch a different part of you, a deeper part of you that is yearning for understanding, that is yearning for principle. And it's such a treat to read over and over again, these people who understood it, who got it. And it's just like, yeah, that's it. Like that's value. Like this is very valuable for life. We're talking about dopamine. I think I got a shot of dopamine just from you reading this, right? Like I could feel it. Like my mind, my body went like, oh yeah, like I love that. Love hearing that, right? It's wonderful. Yeah.
That's the physiological laws, as you've been saying, the natural laws, and it's it's definitely, there's certain writers that transmit these vibrations. You say vibrations of discipline, beauty, and cleanliness, and you don't see a lot of that. You gotta kind of find that out here. But yeah, that
the cleansing fire portion of this quote, that's something that is very, very important. So that cleansing fire, it's something that's steeped and rooted in occult wisdom, in occult understanding, esoteric philosophy, right? This purgatory, right? This alchemical process. Okay, you talk about ancient alchemy, where all the symbolism of alchemy, right? All the alchemical lore. It on the surface, it might seem like they're talking about transmuting base metals into gold, right? This is what they talk about in an allegorical fashion in alchemy. But of course, what they're really talking about is the transmutation of the base lower man, the base lower individual, the rude, the crude, the hard and calcified man, right? The earthy elements, the stone, okay? Base metals, base material into gold, into the sun, the lofty, the sublime, how to transmute those things into something higher. That's what they're talking about. And in order to get that process going, it requires something like you find in a fire pit, right? It's this burning up of all the, what does fire do? It destroys everything. So all of those concepts in our mind, all the nutritional paradigms and the concepts and the superstitions and the religious, religious superstitions and all this stuff, Arid is touching into this old ancient alchemical understanding where you have to go through the fires of purification and let that be uncomfortable. It's not an easy process, right? It's difficult. Fire burns, ouch, it hurts. So there's a burning away of all these old paradigms that your thinking was corrupted by. And so you have to go through that in order to get to the next subsequent alchemical stages of purification until finally you get to the gold. And which is why your approach is so important, because it emphasizes that transition, which is what this process is. It's that fire, it's that purification process, which is leading you into a more sublimated element at the end,
right? Because it's getting you ready to go through that and to be able to go through it and sustain, as opposed to what we see unfortunately with a lot of people. They get burned up, their flame burns bright for a few minutes and then be like, where'd they go?
Yeah.
Are they over there eating cow, dead raw cow or something?
Right. Yeah, they do something healthy, right? They make some change. They get inspired by someone like yourself, either myself, someone. They just get inspired somehow. Then they implement the changes. They start experiencing some of the fires of purification. And the fires of they don't like how it burns. So they say, I'm getting out of this damn fire pit and I'm going right back to Chick-fil-A and Mickey D's, or if not that bad, then all the other garbage stuff. Maybe not as bad as that, but they just go back to that because the fires of purification suck. They suck. But that's where the intellectualism comes in, where it's like you have solid understanding and there's a delay of gratification that you understand as a human. This is something that animals have a very hard time. It's very difficult for an animal to have this mindset of delay of gratification. This is too far advanced for them. This is something that characterizes human thinking. Right. So this is where we can operate with the laws of nature. We understand that there's this cleansing fire that we have to go through. So we use intellectualism to stick it out, right? To go through the discomfort, knowing that there is gold at the end of the tunnel, right? But you have to be willing to go through that, and that's where a lot of people get stuck. So it's this twofold thing where you have to have intuitive knowledge, you have to have intellectual knowledge, and then you have to have the will to be able to just do it, go through the steps, because the initial steps are going to be trying and challenging. Because
to be an implementer. Somebody called me an implementer before. An implementer. So the type of person that's like, okay, I'm gonna do it. Because again, that's another deficiency where you'll meet people that you can talk to them and you can see they understand it to a certain extent. They got the clarity in their head and they have the desire, but they lack at the implementation part, to actually the just do it part of it. They the motivation or whatever that's whatever that is, where they lack that part. But I always encourage people to be honest with yourself about what you lack of all of those, because very few of us are going to be totally well balanced. So when you're working on yourself, and I had to catch your video where you're talking about the self-mastery. You might probably touch on some of this, but to me, that's something that's important, is to be able to look in the mirror and be honest about, okay, what's your weakness in all this? Like, what is it that you could work on and get better at, or do, what do you need to focus on that's a little weaker? And because a lot of people focus on their strengths to the point where they're like, okay, well, this is comfortable, I'm good at this, so let me just keep doing this. And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where that's where the people that are real into their body, they get they might get their fitness thing on a real high level. Their health isn't great. Their fitness is great, but because they put a lot of time and focus into that, but they're not focusing on the thing that's harder for them.
Yeah.
And but yeah, see, we had a question. See, we'll take this. I have you.
Zoe Williams says long-term goals. That's exactly it. This is a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. Yeah. Don't approach it like some of those other silly diets. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this for like a week and see how it goes, or maybe a month, and then go. No, it's not like that. It's a lifestyle. Long-term goals. That's right.
Yeah. Yep. See, Aaron asked, I get sleepy whenever I eat fruit, the mono fruit smoothie, whatever. Y'all notice this as a part of your transition in the early days. So kind of the fatigue, eating fruit and then getting fatigued.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron, thanks for chipping in, brother. Yeah, good to see you. I noticed that. I noticed that especially in my first year, the first year that I started doing this, eating cleanly. I noticed that you're feeling good, feeling really, really good. But I also noticed that, there were days where I was less inclined to go to the gym and work out and whatnot. It's like a very subtle difference. I'm like, oh man, like, after my meal, I'm not as motivated to get my butt over to the gym and move around. And that lasted for a while, but it slowly went away after, in good time. And I knew what the process was. Like, I wasn't under any misunderstandings there. I knew exactly what I was going through. So I was willing to just sit back and just deal with it. Now that's in my experience, right? On my little journey, there could be other reasons that I'm not aware of. So you would need to, we would need to flesh out everything, every influence that you're going through in your life, in your diet, in your journey, whatever it is, to be able to know for sure that it's just your body adjusting to the lifestyle, because there could be something else that's at play that we don't know about. So, it's hard to say hard to say if that's exactly what you're experiencing or not. You need other context there. But to answer your question, yes, that is something that I definitely noticed, and I think that that's something that many people will notice when they're transitioning. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's what some people don't like. You're going through the weakness, we call it sometimes. You go through periods of a weakness where, and as Eli said, depending on where you are with your journey, or how bad you used to eat, or how much you relied on meat for stimulation, or cheese, or whatever, these kinds of things. And when you take those things away, depending on how fast you take them away, then all of that, you thought it was energy, but it was stimulation. Like we talked about earlier, you were getting high off of the meat and the cheese and these foods. They create that stimulation and release the dopamines. You eat all that fat. And there was some of the studies that was on my list where they analyzed the neurochemistry of the fat addiction. A lot of people, they got so into this sugar concept, but there's a whole bunch of studies on what fat does to the brain. And but you take that away, and again, that now you get into talking about the art of transition, where there are ways to transition in such a way where you can lessen those effects a little bit. But you're definitely going to have some days where you're just you're out of it. Now, if it's something that is a more chronic situation, then we have to look at your endocrine system, and there's things that can be done in terms of natural things to stimulate your adrenals, or your thyroid, or pituitary, or things like that. But they have to be combined with the elimination part, because there's too many people that get strung out in herbology and they lose sight of the principle of Vitality, power, mind, subtraction. Now we got to be clean. You got to clean yourself out. And so if you have some chronic situations and adrenal situations and stuff like that, then that can also be a factor, and it's a little more of an advanced type of naturopathic approach that you need to take in terms of healing. But the principles are always the same, because we're always going to be cleaning, and if we need to wake up some of your glands a little bit, then there's ways that we can do that. But if you're talking about the early days, it's like, yeah, you go through those periods as you're cleaning, and you really are having a rebirth. You're coming into a new body, and so that it takes a while for you to sort of adjust to, you meet who you are. You meet your new body.
Yeah.
You meet who you are. And with some people, because then this becomes part of the mental part, where if you are addicted to the person who you were, a lot of people don't even realize it, because they think we're just playing games when we say that you're fundamentally going to transform who you are. Because everybody says that. And so you think like, oh, okay, yeah, well, I'll go have fun with this diet and I'll lose some weight. Then you start to fundamentally transform like the way you think and the things that you like to do. All of a sudden, I see a lot of people get scared on this path just because they stop liking. They can feel things that they used to like to do. It's going away. They're like, oh, I don't want to, I love going to the, I grew up going to see the horse races, and in my body, I no longer I don't want to go see the horse races anymore, and it's like you start to go through that type of transformation where things that you used to enjoy, you no longer want to do and enjoy. And so all of those things, you got to be ready for all those changes. And some of that, I say all that to get back to the fatigue, that's all connected to where you're not always gonna be there. It's a different, because for the fruit to really give you that kind of really pure stimulation, you got to be a little cleaner, and it takes time for your body to get that clean and to adjust to be able to really function at a really high level on just the fruit. But once you get there, the fruit by itself feels better, and everything's better, but it does take a little bit to get there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's a bunch of other questions that
they're rolling in now.
Yeah, they're coming in here. What is it? Oh, what is asking? Well, I don't know what you look. So you can take a look there and see which these comments you'd like to address. What was asking about? Yeah, personal hygiene, and that's a good question.
Yeah, people like that. Yeah. So what's your answer today?
So in terms of personal hygiene, because again, like, these are relevant because these can affect your behavior. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. So with showers, most of the time, I'll just run through very quickly my hygiene protocol. Okay, showering soaps or whatnot. I won't use soaps almost ever unless I'm literally filthy from set. Like if I'm on set all day, sweating and in some alien costume and rolling around in dirt all day, prosthetics all over you. Okay, on a day like that, then I will use a non-toxic soap. Okay, very, very clean, like 3 ingredient soap of some sort. Most days it'll just be rubbing. Okay, that you can do the Roman bath is so effective. If you want like the best way to exfoliate your skin, just wet your hands and then just keep rubbing on your skin. At some point when the water dries up, you'll notice that your skin, you're rolling dead skin off of the surface just by rubbing. It's fantastic.
And that's Ed Era talks about that in the
does he?
Mucus's diet.
Yeah.
The air bath.
Air bath. Yeah. Okay. So my showers, I usually don't use anything, just water, and then either scrubbing with my hands or just like a sponge of some sort. But usually no soap at all. Only if I really need to. Otherwise, water's fine. Deodorant, no, that's a hard no. I don't use any deodorants, whether natural or not. Maybe if just for fun, if I happen to have lemons on me, maybe I'll take and I used it for whatever, a salad, or I don't know, take the lemon and just rub it on yourself. You could do that, but that's not a practice. But anyway, no deodorant. Toothpaste, usually nothing, just the toothbrush, either dry or with water, or water with some baking soda mixed in. That's toothpaste, right? Most of the time it's just water and the toothbrush. Very often either not just dry or water with baking soda. Water with baking soda is exceptional at cleaning your teeth if you do it for a couple days, if people haven't tried it, and it's quite effective. It's quite effective, really, really helpful. So that's toothpaste. And shaving, if you have the hair to grow, yeah, I mean, I would say it's probably a good thing just to let things grow. It depends. Shaving depends on what you mean, like body hair, the hair on your scalp, on your head. If we're talking about scalp hair, I would say probably let that grow. Yeah, don't be like many of us where you just abuse yourself for long enough that that the stuff gets paralyzed and you can't grow hair. Like that's my situation. Right? I started losing my hair when I was early university, I believe, and so could have things have been different if I'd conducted my life better, if I'd known better, right? If I didn't grow up in just conventional culture world, maybe, right? Maybe. There's a big genetic component to that as well, but yeah, no, of course. I think we have hair for a reason, and if you have it, then yeah, maybe let that grow out. It doesn't mean that you have to let it grow forever and ever and ever, but yeah, having some there is probably a good thing. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything, I think. Yeah, what do you think, Spira?
Yeah, so mine, I got a couple videos on this, and sometimes people ask because it's one of those topics that I don't even really talk about because it's like everybody go do your thing,
Yeah.
But I use a soap that's just like two ingredients, just like 2 or 3. I can indulge in. I do like nice warm showers.
Yeah.
So I go against Eretz because Eretz very Spartan. You kind of take a little basin of water and go in front of the window, and you just sort of wipe down, and that's it. I will admit to my addiction to nice long hot showers.
Yeah.
I like to just indulge in the warm water.
Nothing better.
But so a little soap. No deodorant. I do use lemon juice. So I'll just because you're gonna, with odor under your arms, it's one of two things. You got the internal nastiness coming out, which is you clean yourself up, that problem goes away. You can still have a little external bacteria that builds up. A little bit of lemon juice knocks that right out. And so that's. And I'd seen that it was like a TV show it's like 2003 or something when I just got into the diet. I'd been in the diet like a year or something. And I was watching it was one of these, it was a documentary on aristocrats living in a manor. And they were showing what the women used to do. And the women would take lemons and wipe it under their arms. And this is like the aristocratic folks that had money in one of these manors where they basically had like servants and stuff downstairs and that, but they said that some of the women would take lemons and wipe it under. So then I'm doing all kinds of like lemon enemas and all this stuff. And so I'm like, well, let me see. And so what I saw, if I just wipe it that can irritate my skin if I just wipe the straight lemon on my body. But if I was to isolate the juice and just cut and just take the juice, and I'd take like a little paper towel or something and sop it up and put it under there. Then I keep my arms raised for at least 2 minutes so that it dries. And that's the step that when people try to do this and they're like, it didn't work. It's like, you didn't let the lemon juice dry to get that air bath. It's like an underarm lemon air bath kind of thing. You don't want to put your arms down until it's actually dried. So that's what I do for that. Then toothpaste, I got some kind of natural. I'm not fancy, and I've tried. For me, I never really liked the baking soda by itself kind of things, and some of those dry toothpaste and stuff. I just get a natural toothpaste. It's got or it doesn't have no crazy ingredients in it, and just brush my teeth. And I got a little water air pick that I like, so I do that. Go through on my gums a little bit, and I do floss. I do like to floss and get a little oxygen in between the gums when I can. Then I haven't shaved in what's it been 20? It's like 20 years. So,
so
I'm the wrong. Now I will. So what I'll do is like I'll maybe right here I'll trim just a little bit. Like I kind of trim and then. But this is sort of where my this is like it doesn't grow bigger than this. This is actually where my beard grows to.
Nice.
It's so so that's what I'll do. So and I might trim the mustache a little bit probably but then now this hair has been since so in the past 21 years I cut my hair once. So I did like I had a rebirth cut. I did 10 years. And then in that incarnation of the locks, I had this like one big lock because I didn't really study locks. I didn't know what I was doing. I just let it grow because I was reading Air It and I was practicing the diet. Then I got inspired to just like, I didn't want to cut my hair no more. I didn't. Like the last time I shaved, I remember the feeling of I shaved and an hour later, I could actually feel this uncomfortable experience of literally could feel the whiskers coming back in, like the hair coming back through, and it was just so uncomfortable. I was like, why the hell am I doing this? And that was it. Like I just stopped. And and it helps reading Air. It talks a lot about hair and rational fasting and just some theories about hair and hair growth and that kind of stuff. But a lot of it was too just the way I felt. And so that was it just made sense. It was like, okay, I'm not. Why am I going to cut? It's like, why am I going to cut this? It's like what they say the concept of locks as as antennas.
Yeah.
And you can feel it like because I when I cut the one time that I cut it was like 2010 or whatever. So this has been since 2010, and it really is like Samson and just like I lost everything. It was just like. Because I was going through some intense elimination at that point, but I definitely had that experience where it was like, whew, I'd gotten used to those extra frequencies that I can pick up, and but I don't care what I'm not like no advocate of do this. I just don't. That's why I don't even talk about it that much because I don't really care, whatever people, because it's an intuitive thing. Everybody kind of gets your own. You're gonna have what's intuitive for you to cultivate and develop, like you're going to feel that. And so for some people, it's like a hair thing. For some people, it's be a certain kind of exercise thing, or I'm big into the sunbathing when I can be, so I'm really with the part of the world I'm in right now. I'm not even supposed to be here because I'm supposed to be on my trip, but I'm not yet because I can't, I can't be, I'm kind of stuck here. But like, when I go period of time and I don't have an opportunity to get out in the sun and just languish, because for me it feels like that's a meal. Like really does feel like I'm eating when I'm laying in the sun. And I don't have to be. Now I went through periods where I would be in the sun for hours sunbathing in the early days. That was something that intuitively I wanted to do physiologically, where I could feel it changing my physiology. And obviously, some people are going to have to transition with the sun. Not everybody can go out for just 3 hours and start sunbathing like I did. You might need to do a little fairer skinned. Maybe you do 20 minutes. 25 minutes, before you know it, you'll be like 20 shades darker, and you'll be, the sun, you'll start to see what I'm talking about, where it's like it's a meal. You just go out in the sun, it just absorbs into your skin just perfectly. Because when you're filthy and you got a lot of waste in your system, man, that sun is an enemy. You do not enjoy being in the sun. You don't want no part of sitting out in the sun, because you bake that the rays of the sun can't really enter your body. It just comes and it bounces off, or it starts cooking you, and that's not any fun. But so that's kind of my thing with that, the natural hygiene.
Yeah, it's a good question. Even laundry, just like what kind of stuff you put in your laundry, even that's important. I started doing my laundry with just the water. I mean, no detergents. Yeah, there was one detergent that I liked, and it was stuff that you could eat. It was like a coconut oil based thing. I'm not recommending that you eat coconut oil. I'm just saying, if I wanted to, I could eat my laundry detergent. But I actually started just using hot water, and so you have to. It's good to be mindful of these things, because you're trying to capitalize on as many different aspects of life that you have control over, because life has been designed so that it's offensive against health, right? So you capitalize on all the things that you do have control over. So even that's something that I try to do.
It's so ridiculous when you look out there and just all these toxic chemicals that they've normalized to have in from your water and your
everything,
soap and this, and they got algae, and that's what I used to not even get into, because there would be women would ask me these questions, and I'm like, look, you're not gonna like my answers, because I'm not into none of it, because it was all so into all these, like, there's a bunch of bottles, and it's like, what are all these bottles? What is all this? It's like lotion for this, and this kind of hair thing, and this other hair and stuff. It's like, I'm like, I'm real simple. I got one thing that I use.
And then people will think that you're disgusting because you don't use this and this and this, and it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. I can't condense everything, and it's fine. I'm disgusting. All right, go.
Yeah, lemon. Or even my hair. When I do wash my hair, I soak it in lemon, like real. I get real
nice
intense lemon water.
Oh, nice.
Like boil the water, and then put that in there for like 25 minutes, and then I'll get it down to my scalp and let my scalpel soak on that.
Nice.
And any dirt, all that stuff just comes right out, deodorizes it, and go in the shower, and hit it with the water, and squeeze it out real good, and it's like that works.
Good to go. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, good question. I think what? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, whatever. So this is a quick answer. Do we practice? No.
Right. That's about it. That is also a no for me. No, we don't. No. You need
we got. Deborah's asking about drinking water. So I don't know what's your answer to that. I don't know. I don't know if I know your answer.
Yeah. No. I mean, yes. Yeah. Drink water when you need it. I mean, I think that you have that drive built in for a particular reason. You have your thirst senses, right? And if if you're thirsty, then you should drink. There are certain diets, right? Certain types of approaches to diet where you're going to be called for more water because the stuff is just dehydrating. It's going to call in your body to to flush out the stuff that you've eaten. And so for some people, you'll have to drink a lot more water than others who might not need nearly as much, might need only a fraction of the water. So yeah, I would say, that's an individual thing where it depends on what else is happening in the lifestyle, and that will determine how much water you're called to drink, right? Depending on all the other elements in your lifestyle, you'll get to a point, if you're charting a very, very clean and healthy lifestyle, where you'll probably find that you're drawn to water less and less and less, as long as the water and hydration elements are made up from what you're eating, right? So yeah. So I mean, it depends. There's some times where you do feel dehydrated. If I do an experiment eating something that I'm not accustomed to eating, and it requires whatever ingredients. I say ingredients, obviously it's just raw food. But yeah, and it's by its nature a bit more dehydrating, maybe something with nuts or whatever it is. Let's just say that's an experiment. Then yeah, the next morning I'll probably drink some water, because I'm like, oh yeah, I can feel I'm a bit more dehydrated. But no, I mean, in my personal life, yeah, my call for water is a lot less than it used to be when I was doing my thing back in the day. That's for damn sure. And so yeah, so everyone will be at different places, so you just have to be mindful of that. I would say, don't shut out the calls that your body gives you for water if you're at a place where you're still on the transition towards the more idealized self, because that would be a mistake too. Like you don't want to have an idea and then just be acting on that, and your body's not ready for it yet. So
yeah, I mean, the problem that I see is there's this idea of the like water requirement, where it's like, okay, we all as humans, we need to replenish our water. The problem is a lot of the people that I know of that drink some type of dedicated amount of water, it doesn't absorb into their cells, but goes right through them because they're acidic. Yeah. And so so yeah, there's these people, drink 8 glasses of water. There's not a bit of that's being absorbed. And they're wondering why they're running around thirsty, and they're like, well, I better go get some Gatorade. That quenches my thirst. It's like, now I know you don't get too much into the juice part or the juicing as much, but then there's because some people, when they have those type of acidic problems, I'll be like, go get into some green juice. Like, get some celery and cucumber and juice that, and put an apple in there, and then drink that, because the mineral salts in that is going to help eliminate some things, and hopefully have a little better chance of absorbing in and getting into some cleansing. But yeah, for years I didn't drink water. Probably the first 10 years of my practice, I drank very little water. I just wasn't. I drank juice. I've had fresh juice and ate fresh fruits and vegetables, but it just wasn't a thing that concerned me. Then I started getting a call to drink a little bit of water and some lemon water and stuff like that about 10 years in, or the past 10 years. And so even to this, so I'll just sip. This is the extent of my water. I'll just that's about it. I sip on it, or if I'm outside all day, or like, so whatever, I'll just kind of sip a little bit. But that's but I'm definitely not coming from a perspective of like, okay, I'm gonna clean it out in my body, or I'm hydrating. It's like, no, I just like to just kind of get a little bit of moisture.
Yeah. And and I will say, I mean, I am I'm not against juicing at all. I mean, I have a really, really good juicer, and I'll use it. I'll use it from time and time again. I think I just like the simplicity of just doing things that are just so you don't have to think about it at all. And I just get into the habit of doing that. And so it's not that I have anything against juicing, because I'll do it and it's fantastic. I mean, the stuff's so light. Anyone who's done a juice cleanse will tell you from experience that there's something pretty damn magical that happens when your body is just running on this light, clean, easy to digest liquid. It's a wonderful thing. So I just don't use it as a common daily practice.
Like
you know what I mean?
Habit.
Yeah. But no problems. If someone offers me some fresh orange juice, probably not saying no.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any other questions here. Oh, Karen was asking if I can enlarge the quote again.
Oh, the Eric quote? Yeah. That one's from Rational Fasting?
No, so that's from the article called A Religious Concept of Physical, Spiritual, and Mental Dietetics. And that's usually coupled in the physical fitness book. So there's a lot of people that haven't read this, because unless you got it from me, they stopped making this years ago. This has been out of print for a long time.
Wow.
And so this is sort of some of the lost. We got a few of the lost Errett articles. There's still a few out there that I don't publish that are out there that you had to kind of dig to find, and some things in German that were never translated to English and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, because people sometimes ask the order of reading the books, and I say, all right, so read Mucus's Diet Healing System first. Yeah. Then if you got mine, then you read Volume 1, Spira Speaks, then Rational Fasting, then Definite Cure of Chronic Constipation, then Thus Speaketh the Stomach, and then the Physical Fitness. And that is basically in order of intensity in terms of philosophy. And because once you get there's some stuff in Thus Speaketh the Stomach that's gonna that a lot of people can't handle, like this is a little too hot to handle theories. And then this is, now you're getting into some people love this because it does bring into more of the spiritual concepts and fuses it right in. I mean, this is classic, kind of what we were getting into earlier, that classic, more esoteric, more combining the philosophical, merging the philosophical with the practical physiological science. And so it's it's very, and that's what people get to, like, oh, it's not real long, and then they start reading it and seeing how condensed it is. Where we have a book club right now that's going through I think we're doing Definite Cure of Chronic Constipation book, but some weeks they'll read literally like 1 or 2 paragraphs and then talk for 3 hours on these 2 paragraphs, because it's so there's just so much to unpack in just a matter of sentences. And so yeah, but that's where this one's coming from.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think I've read that. I need to get on that.
Yeah. You like this one. What I did for this one, I added the this biographical sketch by Professor B.W. Child. So that is, it's not missing in our line of books. It's here, instead of putting it at the beginning of the Mucus's Diet Healing System, which some editions, Errett Literature editions, and Benedict Lust editions will have that. B.W. Child article will be right at the beginning. As the editor and publisher, I decided for Mucus's Diet for our version of Mucus's Diet Healing System, I do a more basic biography of Errett in the annotated Mucus's Diet. Then by the time you get to this book, you're ready to read B.W. Child's biography, which is mind-blowing. Because when it's the first thing that you read, some people is great. A lot of people can't handle it. They just reading that and they're like, what the hell is it that I get myself into? Because it's like it's intense because that's where he's talking about his fat, doing those 49-day monitored water fasts and doing this, this whatever 200-300 mile bike trips through northern Africa and Tunis. I mean, it's heavy, like it's real heavy stuff. And so it's like, okay, this is that's why I kind of categorize this like you read this last, because this is, by the time you get to this, it's you can be ready for some of the more esoteric kind of concepts and things like that, and be able to get into those things. But some of that stuff we tease out of Eric's work because a lot of people, they miss it. The average person that kind of reads, even if it's just the Mucus's Diet book, they miss so many little pieces that I pick up on, and I'm like, okay,
Right.
Did you just see what he just said there? Like, what does this? Because he challenges the whole concept of evolution, and but it's just one sentence that's just so. Just in one sentence, he just basically pulverizes and belittles this concept of where he's like, so you really think that humans are some form of ape? That the way he doesn't get into it, he doesn't elaborate. He just has this statement, and he just keeps it moving, and it's just like, oh wow.
I love, nothing thrills me more than reading through some early 20th century, late 19th century literature where we didn't have this plague of political correctness and censorship of speech, where people just like blurted it out like it is. Like, I love reading stuff like that. It's just like, oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Zoe had a question. Since we already know what mucus and pus behavior looks like, what does mucus-free behavior look like? And that's a really good question. And how do people behave with mucus-free lifestyle? If I were answering that, there's a couple things. Okay, so one thing, you notice that you're less irritable. So if things that were slightly irritating prior to your transition to a more mucus-free lifestyle, you might notice that things are just less irritating. Sounds, maybe annoying noises, kind of like you were hearing a bit earlier, right? If your alarm clock, you can just lie in bed and just like, just tolerate that, right? Just things are you're less irritable because your nervous system is starting to be rebalanced. Okay. So less irritable. You have an easier time focusing on things. So you're less distracted, I should say. So less distracted by whatever in your environment. Let's say you sit down to read a book, and when your nervous system is on edge and plagued by mucus, right? You might be distracted easily. Oh, you got to check this, got to check that. Let's check, social media, and you're one of those people that just have a hard time reading a book. If you can focus on something for a longer duration of time without any distractions, then that's another indication that you're thinking a bit more clearly. You're remembering things, right? Just having a better memory, that's another good indication. And just being calm, right? Being calm about things. I said being less irritable, but just having an easier time being emotionally poised. Why is that the case? Again, because your entire central nervous system is now no longer on drugs. It's been ramped down. So the other bodies take the effects, right? Your emotional body takes that effect. Your mind and your mental body takes that effect. So you become more emotionally stable and more mentally stable, right? So any of those elements that you notice are even slight changes, slight variations in how you used to deal with those stimuli in your environment, that would give you an indication of knowing that I'm starting to operate from a better, cleaner system, right? There are other things as well, the physical elements, when you stop smelling, right? Your toilet odors go away. You stop needing the deodorants. These are all physical indications that you're becoming cleaner. But then there are also the emotional indications, and then the mental ones too. So there's a bunch of things that would help let you know that you're on the right track.
Yeah, the behavior is like this.
That's a beautiful picture. Yeah.
Where it's just harmony, peace, tranquility. See, the thing is, when you start really looking at and understanding how stimulation works and how constipation works, you start to understand that there is a reason why so much of this chaos is self-made and the chaos and a lot of the struggles and the things that we go through in our life, so much of that is because we actually want it. We want to experience this. It's part of the pathological state of eating the way we do. We want to feel this pain. We love to go. We want to partake in the drama, the ups and downs. We love the ups and downs. We watch those, the movies that have the ups and downs emotionally. We want to go on the roller coaster ride. We want to play, as we say, play in the sandbox. We want to have that experience. As you get cleaner, you start to just even out, and that's what I like. I like to just have that even, where I get a little excited. That's cool. Might have a bad day, but it ain't going way down here. It ain't gonna go crazy up there. It's just like ebb and flow a little bit. You just kind of ride the wave, and that's it. But we work toward this. You work toward the reality of a peace, because you get rid of the murder and the rape and all these the suicide rates go to all that stuff. It's like that's not a part of your reality at all. Like that's just gone. That thing is that you leave that for the pus and the mucus eating, and and you don't need that. And once you really once you're on the path and we really getting these things together, that's when I think we can start to work on. There's so much more things to work on, but before we can get to those things, we got to really get this solidified first, in my opinion. As we get this solidified and we get these things that shouldn't be esoteric, like we said before, this all should be real simple. These principles, this part should be real simple. You get this on lockdown and you get your body, mind, and spirit. Everything is moving in the right direction. Now we can start to work on next level things, or we can, for whatever people get inspired to do, whether it's to, like Brother Air, is his fasting practice is getting more and more intense every day and every month. He did like a 56-day dry fast that he just broke like a couple weeks ago. I mean, that's what he's trying to develop. His pioneering spirit is like, all right, he really wants to figure that thing out. Yeah. I mean,
he's on another level. That guy.
He's developing what he's working on. Some folks are real thinking in terms of cleaning themselves up so that they can be clean enough to start having children that are going to be cleaner than them.
Right.
Then that can become a whole desire, something that's where you are going in that direction, and where that's what you're working on.
That's it.
And so these things can take form a lot of different ways, but this is ultimately this is where we want to get to the peace and the tranquility. The folks that don't want the peace, that's taught in a lot of the esoteric things and these different concepts of hell concepts, and and hell being in one's body, the purgatory experience, where it's. And I was touched by this. It was just when I used to go to at Goodwill, or I'd go to dollar stores and stuff and get these old VHSs. This was years ago. Like any kind of weird spiritual, you just get really weird stuff that you would never find nowhere. And I got one, but it was going through. It was this woman that had an experience that she had. She told her story that led her to wanting to commit suicide, and then she tried, and then she had this experience of going down into this sphere of existence that was she was surrounded by all these people that were basically just in turmoil in their whatever their thing was. Like they didn't see anybody else. They were just looking right down, and they were just in anguish within their own little sphere, like this little their own little bubble of suffering. And she kind of saw all of that, and she started feeling herself getting into that, but something kind of brought her out of that, and then she came back to life and could kind of. There was more to that story,
wow.
but I mean but I always kind of thought that is a real interesting, because I see people on this plane of existence living that out, like living that type of experience out, like all of this suffering, all of this stuff that's just, and they're caught, they're stuck in that sphere. And of course we know that this path can help, but they have to be ready, and you can't force them. They gotta be ready to do that. But even like Arnold Ehret, when he discovered what he was discovering, they had declared him incurable, and he got to a point where he was he's like, look, I'm just gonna stop eating and see what happens. And he discovered, like, oh, I get better, I heal. And so that's a thing where we really there's a lot of people like the Plato's The Cave and all the other iterations of the cave allegory that have followed. There are the enslaved people that you want to help. You might have the biggest heart in the world. You really want to help these people, but they will literally try to kill you if you try to help them remove their suffering.
Right.
Because they're not ready yet. And so there's a lot of people that you just have to sort of let them live with their suffering, and you can be a being of light and goodness, and you don't have to treat them, you treat them well and whatever like that, but you got to let go of that desire to want to try to control them, try to help them in a way that they're not ready to be helped, because they still enjoy, and I say the word enjoy, they enjoy their suffering. You got to get to a point where you don't want to suffer no more.
Right.
Like you're done with it. And so then this path gets really serious. It's like you get out of the adolescence, and now this is getting super serious, because I don't want to suffer no more. I don't want to play games anymore. Like I just want to get to the healing,
Yeah. I remember one of those moments where I realized, I'm like, oh damn, I am changing, right? Where I had a date planned. It was one of those we had planned an outing, with someone, and planned like a really fun outing, and had it planned for a week or so or more. And anyway, last minute on like day before or something, it's like, oh yeah, I can't make it. Like I can't make it. Something came up, and then and the first thing that I thought was like, awesome. Right. That means I can just read. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever. That's fine. Just do something else next time. And I was just so happy that I could just relax and do some reading. And so I'm sitting there reading. I'm like, man, like I really am changing. Like this might have maybe irked me a little bit, back in the day. And now it's just like, yeah, no, sometimes life does that. And, you can't hold it against people. Whatever, we'll just do something next time. But man, this is great. I get to read today. And it's like, oh man. So it's, you definitely are responsible for how you interpret the data that comes from your environment, right? It's up to you. You are making choices on how you interpret your reality, and the food that you eat is going to make a big difference in how easily that is interpreted in a good way in your mind, or a more destructive way, or a more difficult kind of emotionally charged or roused way. Yeah. Anyway, that's just one. I thought of it quickly because that's one of those moments where I knew that I was changing into a different human being. Right?
Yeah. That's the, it's hard for people to really to really understand that transformation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very real thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you can only talk about it so much. You really have to feel it.
Yeah. Because people don't have a frame of reference, right? They don't have any frame of reference. They've never set their bar there, right? They just don't know. And so if it's kind of out of their experiential context, it's just useless chat, right? Useless blabber. Like, what? That doesn't even make sense. How could that be? They don't get it, right? I know at work I always have people have a hard time understanding how I can, work and train and fight and move around and flip and fall and whatever, like all day with everybody, except I'm not eating. Sometimes I'm not even drinking. I don't feel like it. They're like, oh man, really? You won't even eat until like tomorrow? Or, and I'm like, yeah. It's like, I don't care, because I've done this. I've done the surrendering. Right? I've surrendered to a place where the thinking is done for me by nature, by internal nature, and I'm willing to trust that, and it tends to work. I find I make more mistakes in my life when I let my thinking get in the way, and yeah. So anyway, I don't want to dive too much into that, but yeah, it's a wonderful thing. That's a wonderful thing.
We got
hey, my action reel. Yeah, cool. Yeah, this is the stuff that we very often have to do on set. So like this kind of stuff, like a day like this, doing video game motion capture. Yeah, like we'll be moving like that all day, all damn day, and yeah, very often I'll do it without eating anything and feel great. But that's something that takes time. Like I didn't just wake up one day and that was the case, right? That takes time to cultivate. But once your body does start getting into that mode, it's just a wonderful thing. Freedom, the sense of freedom that overcomes you. It's just like, that's what starts to become really, really, I'm going to use the word addictive, but please understand I'm not saying addictive in a bad way. It's a good thing, right? You start to enjoy health.
Right. And I try to explain to people that whatever you worked on and you cultivated, if it was a positive thing before you start on this path, you're going to bring the good elements of that with you.
Right.
So if you were an athlete and you cultivated, like you were a gymnast and martial artist and you cultivated all that stuff before, you're not just going to lose that just because you got diet. It's like, if anything, is going to be enhanced. Yeah, you'll lose some stuff you're not supposed to do or have.
Yes.
You might lose some of that, but you're going to bring those elements over.
Yeah.
And so, but because then some people are like, oh, well, will I be like, no, you just being on the diet, if you're not already an athlete and that's not who you are, unless you want to work on that, you're not going to just become an athlete. Be able to do. That was something that was like years of practice. And that's what Eli, that's where he's coming from.
Yes.
And what he was doing. And but if you're music and a musician, then you're gonna bring that. If you like whatever it is that you do, you're gonna bring it.
Yeah, definitely. And on my channel, like I try to share fitness information and just exercise and mobility and whatnot. Sometimes I'll share stuff from my lifestyle, but I think what's important is I'm not saying that this lifestyle has made me the best athlete, the strongest athlete out there. That is not at all what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this diet makes you the most like fit individual. No, that's not what I'm saying. I think what I am saying is that, hey, by the way, you can still do all of these things even though you're not eating the diet that the world tells you is required of you in order to live that fitness oriented life. That's the important thing, right?
Right.
Because and whatnot, you don't need all that just to be healthy and functional and fit, right? So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. I saw that clip of you was on The Boys.
Yeah, on The Boys. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, you know, film work is great. It lets you be very creative. I think that's what I like about it. You know, you can definitely be creative and flex that art, that artistic thing. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. Yeah,
we're working on when we get the resources, we can open our own movie studio, so we can tell the stories of the immortals and the fruitarians and the star, instead of Star Wars, be like Star Peace, because I want to see the world. Where's the world of the breatharians and the world of the fruitarians, and you know, like
that's awesome. That is the best. That's the best thing I've heard all year. I love it. Oh my God. Yeah. Movies and TV that actually uplift and provide actual good, like, you know, true values, like true deep values. It's a wonderful thing. And every once in a while, yeah, you do get films or documentaries or movies that are really helpful, but then of course there's all the garbage, right? Of course, all the Hollywoodism and all the nonsense and the garbage. Yeah.
Well,
every institution,
and it shows the where the values of where people are at. Because I often like to analyze immortal characters, or there's now and then the Marvel movies, you got the demigods, and it's like, you'll have semi-immortal characters, and what do? They got Thor eating, getting all fat. Like, you know, it's like they didn't.
Yeah,
you know, but that's the value system, is because that's what they would, if that in that sphere, their idea of immortality is, you know, the Zeus thing or whatever. You're just gonna eat and drink wine and all this and never age and never die. It's like, that's not gonna work. But
and I'd have a hard time thinking of which movies it was, but I've seen it many instances where they're trying to depict in the movie, some sort of futuristic, enlightened society that's way ahead of us.
Right.
But they're still doing things like hunting you know, they're still, I'm like, are you kidding? They're still handicapped by these cultural paradigms that they're just importing from our lifestyle into this made up futuristic enlightened society.
Right.
And I'm like, they're still hunting and killing animals for food. Give me a break. Get out of here with that.
yeah. It's so, you watch any of those, and you can always see the deficiency, and because they can't think beyond that. They can't get out of that kind of, you know, that reality. And that's what I'm saying. Once we have the means and the ability, man, the stories that we can tell and things, it's just it's within the classics. You know, I mean, it'll be coming directly from the classic tropes and the classic mythologies, but it's going to blow people's minds because they've never processed it in the way that we do. Coming from our paradigm, like because they're not even thinking like that, because there's no reason that we shouldn't have if movies is where our mythology is at, there's no reason we shouldn't have immortal characters that are fruitarian or breatharian characters, or godlike beings that aren't malevolent, whose skin glow and whose blood is transmuted into, you know, where the iron is, they radiating. You know, it's like all these things are in their Bibles, and it's in their this and that, and it's in all their books, but there's that missing link of the physiological paradigm
Yeah.
of what like
Right.
how could you transmute your blood to that to become a being that would radiate that type of energy, that type of heat, and to radiate light? Like what would actually have to happen to the composition of your blood to do something like that? You know, what would happen to in turn in your skin and all that? Because you read in the ancient books, there's the beings of light that would and there's even the ones that would say, you know, tell humans to stay away from them because they would emit too much heat and too much energy, and if the human couldn't look at them or be too close to them because they'd burn them up.
Right.
You know, those characters interest me, and we're not getting that. You know, they're not telling those stories. I want to hear about what they say. Melchizedek, he's interesting. Was somebody that was that taught Moses and Jesus. I'm interested in it. Where's a movie about him? The movie, the Enoch movie, and he walked with God. Well, I want to walk with God too.
Yeah.
Where's that movie at? You know, so it's like there's so much, man. We just got
so much.
So
I know.
much we can do.
Give me a movie about the Ezekiel's little encounter with the gods. Like that would be
Great
an
movie.
amazing,
Yeah.
amazing movie or series or something.
Yeah.
There's tons,
Yep.
tons in the literature,
Yep.
tons in the literature, right? Yeah. But there's some gems out there, but yeah, exactly. It's getting harder and harder to find some good quality stuff. But what can you do? That's for us in the future too.
Yeah. I think
the studios are up and running.
Yeah. Yep. And you're definitely, you got the front row. You know how they all work, and you got the front row seat to that whole world. And because I get, or so you still work, or you pretty much in Toronto, still kind of working with locally.
Yeah. Pretty much Toronto. If I do travel, actually, which I will be in a couple of days, usually it's within Canada, Montreal or Vancouver. Those are the two cities that I'm going to be most likely to be traveling in if it's work related. And then sometimes you do get to travel outside of Canada.
What are the other big? Is it like Atlanta and Hollywood? Or those kind of common places where people are filming these days?
Well, yes, but in my personal experience, for whatever reason, work has usually been not in the States. It's just been shooting on location in India, shooting on location in Thailand, or so I've had a couple of those trips, shooting in China. But yeah, no, I don't think I've shot in this. I don't think I've shot in the States at all. No, it's been quite a rarity. But but definitely other places and other countries, and then mostly Canada, Vancouver, Toronto, skipping back and forth between those two. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. No, it's
all right. So I got one final quote that I'll read here as we wrap things up for today. So this is another Eric quote. This is out of the Mucus's diet. So I have proven for the first time in history that the diet of paradise is not only possible, good enough for degenerate humankind such as we now are, but that it is the unconditional necessity and the first step to real salvation and redemption from the misery of life. Oof. That it is a needed key to the lost paradise where disease, worry, and sorrow, hate, fight, and murder were unknown, and where there was no death from unnatural causes at least. We are what we eat is a philosopher's greatest and truest statement.
Bam. And don't he summarize it right there in terms of how your food affects your behavior? That you just said it right there, right? Sorrow, hate, fight, and murder were unknown. Why? Because they were living correctly. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Yep. Right. Definitely. So, man, I appreciate you being on here. It's been a great great episode, great opportunity to plug in again.
Yeah, man. No, it's been fantastic. I've loved every minute of this. Yeah, can't tell you how much I appreciate sharing the space with you, and thanks to everybody that chimed in and who will be listening to this later on once it's uploaded on YouTube. So yeah, man.
Tell everybody how they can find you and follow you and do all that good stuff.
Sure. Yeah. So you can find me. I've got 2 platforms that I use most often. That's my YouTube. So you can check out the Free Melon Society on YouTube, and you'll find me there. And I also have an Instagram. You can find me at freemelon_Eli, and you can find my Instagram. I also have a Facebook group. You can check out the Free Melon Society group on Facebook. And there's a whole bunch of members that will toss ideas back and forth. So a little bit of a community support there. So those are the 3 platforms. Yeah, but yeah, definitely check out the YouTube videos. That's where most of the action is, and hopefully you find something you like there. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well, definitely thank you so much for being on, and everybody give this video a like and go subscribe to Eli, subscribe to this channel, do all the good stuff down there to help us get this information out. I know it's not everybody's ready, but there are people that are ready that haven't had the opportunity to be exposed to this information yet. And so we do what we do to just try to get this out there. And for those that are ready, we got the information, we got the community and the practice, and it's time to really transform this planet. Like we say, one bite at a time, one elimination at a time, cleaning yourself out and totally reconstructing the bloodstream, getting ourselves back to who we really are.
Heck yeah.
Heck
yeah. Love
man.
it. Yeah, love it. Thank you so much. Very, very wise words as always. And I appreciate all of you. So, until the next one, then you guys take care, and happy health, happy life.
All right. Peace, love, and breath.
Thanks, guys.
We are mucus-free. 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 We are mucus-free.